and continue to get heartbroken for the rest of your life. Somebody needs to tell these women that, if anybody of them are listening. Obviously, I don't have a lot of female audience here, but you know, let's just be honest about this, okay? I've worked in convalescent homes in Stockton, okay? That was one of my first.
I just spent the day in Big Bear, California with Arman Sarukian at training camp. Now,
apparently, Mike Perry is being followed by this gentleman right here.
Are you bringing the cops? Because if I leave, then did you touch me? Oh, you didn't touch me?
Oh, you didn't touch me! Oh, you didn't touch me!
He touched me. So he touched me. He touched me. You call my name if you want to.
And right here, so at this point of the video, right, Mike Perry is complaining about the fact that this guy is going to say to him, hey, you know what? He's basically explaining, saying to him, you guys are going to call the police on me, right? You're going to try to pin this on me. You're going to try to make me look bad. And as a result of this, this is the ongoing result of what's going to happen, right? You're going to call the police on me. You're going to make it seem like I'm the one that, you know, was messing around. I'm the one that was starting problems, when in reality, you'll see what I'm talking about right here.
But y'all gonna tell the police that I fucked.
Oh, you're gonna tell the police. And watch this fat dude right here, right? In the front, this man right here. Let me tell you why Mike Perry ended up clocking this dude, okay? There's a lot of racial microaggression that is going on here, okay? Let me explain to you what the racial microaggression that is going on here. Number one, this is a white man, okay, who is looking at Mike Perry like, you know what, this guy is a complete wigger. You are a wigger. So as a point of that matter, you know, I have the moral high ground here because I'm the white man that speaks proper English, right? That's coming from me, you know, somebody who speaks proper English as a minority. But anyways, yeah, you know, and then here you are, you're this wigger, and I have the moral high ground. You know, I am the white man from Florida, so therefore I can tell you, you know, and make fun of you for speaking in Ebonics. And this is what happened as a result of that. Oh, the police! Oh, the police! Oh, the police! Yeah, I'm just gonna mock Mike Perry in his Ebonics accent. Oh, the police! And he says, I'll knock your old ass out. I'll knock your old ass out. Just like what Tommy Gunn did to Paulie in Rocky 5. Boom! And he clocks him right there. I'm glad that that didn't really show the video, because obviously if you showed too much of that video, it would probably get copy strike. But yeah. And look at everybody screaming. Let's rewind back from the beginning right here. Look, right here. Oh, and then he puts his hands up. Oh, the police! Oh, the police! Like basically mocking him. Absolutely mocking Mike Perry for his Ebonics. Okay, that's literally what he's doing. He's mocking Mike Perry. Oh, the police! Oh, the police! Oh my God, man. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, no, no. And then this is the dude right here. This is the dude charging at Mike Perry. Oh, I gotta stop you. Oh, the police. Oh, the police. Look at everybody screaming in the background. No! Oh my God, a punch happened. Oh my God, shut the hell up. Stupid ass. Come on, man. And then of course Mike Perry had to drop the N-word. I love it. I freaking love it. I love it. I love it. Listen, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes, and that's really what it comes down to by the end of the day, right? You know, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Oh, the police! Oh, the police! You know, why would you go at Mike Perry like that? You know what I mean? Like, why is it that old white dudes, you know what I mean, do this all the time? Why is it? Why is it that it's always the old white dudes? I swear to you, it is always the old white dudes, okay? It is so annoying how tough they think they are. Okay, look, I understand maybe at some point in your life you were tough. Okay, maybe at some point in your life you could fight. But that guy looked like he didn't have any moment of his life whatsoever where he was ever tough or he could ever fight or things of that nature, right? It's just not the business, okay? But then he said, oh, the police! Oh, the police! Let's watch that again, okay? Just so you understand what I'm talking about, right? Look, this is racial microaggression, okay? And you're probably thinking, okay, well, if this is racial microaggression, I mean, these are two white guys, right? Look, it's like what Eminem said in the song, right? You know, oh, these cocky Caucasians who think I'm some wigger because I talk with an accent are always grabbing my balls because they always keep asking what hood I grew up in, what went hand and wow, until I'm grabbing my hair and I'm tearing it out. You know what I mean? That's exactly what this guy is. He is everything that Eminem described in a song, these cocky Caucasians, okay? Because he's thinking, you know what? I have the moral high ground. Yeah, here's this white guy who talks like a wigger. So, you know what? And I guarantee he said, yeah, he found out, LOL, because he was making fun of the way Mike was talking. Exactly. That's, man, I'm telling you, I'm triggered in some kind of way. Okay, I'm really triggered by this. Extremely triggered. You want to know why? Because let's be honest, okay? I hang around with a lot of hoodlums, okay? And sometimes some of those hoodlums are not my friends, right? A lot of them are, but some of them are not. And when they're not, guess what low-hanging fruit they're going to make fun of me for the way that I talk. And you know what? I happen to talk the opposite of Mike Perry. You know what I mean? I happen to talk the complete opposite, but I would never make fun of Mike Perry for talking like that. I got homies that talk like that. You know, but then here's this guy. Oh, I'm the Florida white man, big and bad. Yeah. You know what I mean? You're the wigger, so you have to listen to me because I'm the white man. Yeah. Oh, the police. Oh, the police. Oh, my God, man. That thing triggers me. That thing absolutely triggers me to the max. Oh, the police. Oh, my God. Anyways.
But y'all gonna tell the police that I fucking
and then he says, oh, the police. He says, mess with the bull, you get the horns. Exactly. You fat piece of shit. He called him a fat piece of shit. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, no, no. Yeah, I don't get it, man. I don't get it. These Florida white dudes, bro. You know what I mean? These Florida white dudes, they swear they have the moral high. Yo, listen, obviously this guy didn't know Mike Perry from a can of paint, right? He doesn't understand that this is a trained UFC fighter. Well, at least UFC fighter at the time, but you know what I mean? Still a UFC level fighter, right? High level fighter at that, and a bare knuckle champion at that, regardless of what you may think of his particular title. But, you know, once again, going at Mike Perry, saying, oh, the police or this and that. But guess what, man? This is what makes Mike Perry an exciting guy. And quite frankly, this is also what makes Nate Diaz an exciting guy, right? So you bring them together. Guess what? This is what you have. Oh, and by the way, you know who else is in this card? Read the title. It says Gable Stevenson and former UFC champion JDS. Yes, that is what we got going on with this card. Amazing, amazing, amazing card. Okay, oh my goodness, I can't wait for it. Look, here's the thing. You know what this gives me vibes of, right? It gives me Affliction vibes, right? Back in the days, Affliction vibes. Remember when Affliction did a show? I believe it was either Megadeth or Metallica that performed, right? I don't remember seeing Dave Mustaine, so I don't know if that was, you know, if that was Metallica or Megadeth, right? Obviously, Dave Mustaine was a former member of Metallica, and, you know, he obviously left Metallica. I mean, you know, he was a bit of a, you know, an alcoholic, and he got into fights with the band members, so he broke away with Metallica and started Megadeth, right? So, you know, very similar to Dr. Dre breaking away with NWA and starting Death Row Records. Victory says Gable is fighting Junior on Netflix. Yes, he is. Imagine that, right? Gable Stevenson, right? Like really fast-tracked into MMA. Now, look, I know eventually his destination is going to be the UFC, right? But what a great way to introduce him to the UFC. I don't know if he's going to sign a long-term deal with Netflix or MVP for that matter, but I think this is a good way to build his profile, and not only build his profile, but also bring him into you know, the UFC with a bigger clout. Victory says Mike will probably beat the crap out of Nate, but Mike might get tired, and Nate can always submit him. You know what? That is a very good breakdown of that fight. That's exactly how I do see that fight, right? Although MMA-wise, Mike Perry has not been active as an MMA fighter, I think that Mike Perry is a lot more active, obviously with the BKFC fights that he has going on now. How is that going to translate when you're going into MMA now? Because in MMA, you need anaerobic type of endurance, right? Whereas with boxing and bare knuckle boxing, it's a very aerobic sport, right? I'll tell you what, man, when I do a boxing workout, this is no disrespect to boxers, okay? But this is just the reality of it. I feel relieved when I'm doing a boxing workout as opposed to, let's say, doing an MMA workout, or, you know, grappling with somebody, or dealing with anything that deals with grappling. I feel like it is a weight off my shoulder, and anybody who's done MMA and boxing, you know, at the same time knows exactly what I'm talking about, right? It feels like an absolute relief. Now, here's the thing with MMA, I feel a lot more free, right? I think maybe that's just because of, you know, a fighting style that I've, you know, kind of developed, right? Where I feel like, you know, I could throw, you know, random things, move at a random, you know, type of sequences, right? But that's just how I, you know, would do my MMA, or, you know, in an MMA stance, right? Whereas with boxing, it feels very limited. It feels very limited because all you got is the 1-2, you got the uppercut, you got the hook, you got another hook, and then you got some counter shots that you can try to, you know, encounter in certain fight sequences. But that's really about it, right? It's still a lot easier because obviously it is an aerobic sport as opposed to MMA, where it is an anaerobic sport where the grappling aspects are going to factor in. Now, here's the thing. Mike Perry, from what I've seen in his past fights in MMA, he's the much better grappler. Well, not better grappler, better wrestler. I don't know about grappler. Obviously, Nate's submission is top level, right? In fact, I would love to see Nate Diaz in a grappling situation. And by the way, he did grapple my grappling coach from back in the days, Dustin Akbari from Team Alpha Male, right? There's a footage of them grappling back in the days, and man, Dustin Akbari absolutely put it on Nate, right? And Dustin Akbari is a world-class jiu-jitsu black belt, so go figure, right? Victory says that's a pretty good fight for Gables because of Junior's age. Yes. So here's the thing, right? Fast tracking him, right? He's taking on a former world champion. That's always good, right? Taking on a world champion is good for your name. And eventually, I think we ultimately want to see Gable Stevenson in the UFC, right? Because right now, the heavyweight division in the UFC right now is a bit lackluster. And then on top of that, you got Cyril Gane and Alex Pereira, you know, in that mix right now, right? Alex Pereira and Cyril Gane fighting at the White House as interim heavyweight championship. Now, here's the thing, right? I read some reports that said that the White House is having some serious problems closing in on a permit. This is a serious problem, guys. This is a serious problem for the White House card, okay? A very serious problem. You want to know why? Check this out. The commission is planning on not sanctioning this fight in DC. That's a problem. That's a serious, serious problem, okay? Now, the reason why that's a problem is because if they're going to go along with this fight anyway, which, by the way, you know, Donald Trump, Dana White, they're going to bypass this, okay? They're going to bypass this. And the fighters are the ones that are going to suffer. You know why? Because then this fight will not count on their record. It will be all considered an exhibition. So it's going to be an exhibition. So what does all that even mean for the interim belt? What does that even mean for the lightweight belt? So you're telling me that if Justin Gaethje knocks out Ilia Topuria at the White House, he doesn't get the belt, and then he doesn't move on in advance to fight, let's say, Arman Tsarukyan? Like, explain exactly how that works. But that's really how it would work. And by the way, guys, everybody is thinking, if this fight goes through and it goes along, right, and it gets to over the line, okay, it gets over the line and they fight, right? And let's say there's no problems, they actually get the permit done and the commission is behind it. Suppose Justin Gaethje knocks out Ilia Topuria. That's a possibility, and a lot of people don't think that's a possibility. How weird is that? You want to know why they don't think it's a possibility? Check this out. They think that Ilia Topuria is a favorite, and I get it. I get and understand why he is a favorite, but guess what? Here's another thing. Ilia Topuria has been going through a lot lately. Divorce, and this, that, and the other. Look, I'm going to tell you guys, right? All the things that that Ilia Topuria is going through right now, this is, at best, non-Muslim fighter problems. What do I mean by that? Well, I posted a picture of Islam Makhachev with his wife and his kid, okay? I'm going to show you what I wrote here. Well, I'm going to read to you what I wrote, okay? It's a picture of his wife and his kid, and I'm just going to speak what I wrote here, okay? Look, this is a picture of Islam Makhachev and his wife and his kid, right? You see this? You see this? This woman right here, Muslim woman, knows her role, okay? Doesn't get out of line, unlike the wife of Ilia Topuria, gets out of line. This is the reason why Islam Makhachev is the double champion right now, okay? We don't have that problem. We don't have that problem with Muslims. Here's another thing. Here's something you got to understand. This is going to be very controversial with what I'm about to say. I need you to hit the like button because this is going to get very controversial, what I'm about to say. Muslim men, okay, in comparison, I'm talking about in comparison to Ilia Topuria. Muslim men have a superior lifestyle than the American white patriot fighter, okay? And the only thing that you average maggotards can really claim is your military might, okay? Which, by the way, only 1% of you really contribute to that reality of the military might of the United States. Okay, not even myself, I contribute not even 1% to that with the little bit of the time and effort that I put in, right? Especially these sleazy salesmen, SEAL Team 6 fantasists, right? Guys who never went to the military, they bypassed all of that, went to college and, you know, became salesmen. Yes, this is what I'm talking about, right? You know what they tell young men in the military as a former Marine? Your wife is getting violated at home by Jody or Tyrone while you're getting sent out to fight in Muslim lands, okay? Now, in this picture right here with Islam Makhachev, okay, I need you to look at this picture, okay, because this picture is the reason why he's a double champion. He doesn't have problems at home like a lot of you non-Muslim fighters have. I'm sorry to say that. I know this is controversial, but look, we're in the world of MMA. We're just being real, okay? This is the true, God, honest truth, okay? Like I told you, they tell you in the military, young men, your wife or your girlfriend is getting violated by Jody or Tyrone while you're getting sent out to fight in Muslim lands. I don't know what else to tell you, right? That's really what it is. These Salafi, Orthodox Sunni Muslim women are already trained to know their role, unlike the ex-wife of Ilia Topuria, okay? And it is also the reason why, unfortunately, look, we have superior economic prosperity even in the West, okay? You look at most Muslims that you probably know, they probably do very well in life. They probably have, you know, 2 cars, they probably have a big house, they probably own a couple of properties. This is what it is. And yes, Cole Old says no booze makes a healthier and better lifestyle, and you're more mentally quick and equipped. This is true. He says you can never wife up a Miami 304. There you go. This is non-Muslim problems. Now, I'm not saying that only Muslims, you know, have this advantage. Obviously, there's a lot of Christian fundamentalist fighters that live this lifestyle too, and obviously they reap benefits of that. Matt Hughes back in the days was a strong example of that. So I'm not just picking on, you know, all non-Muslim fighters, but obviously as a Muslim, I'm going to speak with pride in this particular aspect of it, right? And look, here's another thing. Look at Islam and MMA, right? A lot of non-Muslim fighters, you know, have to work 2 jobs just to fight professionally. This is the God honest truth, okay? These guys get to train all day with Muslim governments and rich Muslim civilians literally funding their cause to athletic supremacy, while guys like Ilia Topuria literally have to catch up to what Islam Makhachev has been doing for years and years on out, putting the time in the mat. Okay, look, even with my podcasting, right? A lot of people always say, wait, hey, how do you have all these hours to do all of this, right? Imagine a lot of you cuck losers trying to tell your mouthful Western woman that you're going to go and podcast for hours, okay? That bitch will complain and leave you, okay? Our women know their role, and that is the reason why we have more resources and we prosper. That is why the majority of you in the chat, you hate me, because of the fact that, you know, I'm Muslim and I get to have this type of lifestyle and you don't. And that is why Islam Makhachev is #1 pound for pound greatest fighter in the world today. And this is also why I'm going to be the greatest MMA streamer that the world has ever known. And I'm going to die trying doing it. Undefeated guys right here, 2 undefeated contenders. Laron Murphy versus Evloev. Now, Evloev has been passed up with so many title shots over the years, right? Over the past couple of months. Volkanovski was fighting Diego Lopez. Okay, a lot of people were not happy about that. Well, now he has his chance to potentially get a title shot. He just now has to basically beat Laron Murphy. He's got to go and beat Laron Murphy. So if he can beat Laron Murphy, I think that signifies that, you know what, maybe he needs to get a title shot. Now, what about Laron Murphy? 17-0, right? Has had quite an interesting career over the years, right? Laron Murphy, let's take a look at his, past, his past couple of fights. Okay, so the past couple of fights he's had going on, Aaron Pinto, spinning back elbow, right? A lot of people said that Aaron Pinto was going to be the next star in the UFC, right? He comes in there as a debut. By the way, a very tough debut, right? An undefeated Laron Murphy. You don't get any easy fights in the UFC whatsoever, right? So here's Aaron Pinto, gets knocked out by a spinning elbow. Prior to that, Josh Emmett, he gets a decision win over Josh Emmett, a decision win over Dan Ige, Edson Barbosa. Not very easy fights, right? But again, that's what you got to do sometimes. Josh Colabau gets a unanimous decision against him, gets a split decision over Gabriel Santos. Finally knocks out Makwan Amirkhani. Gets a decision over Douglas De Silva. Finishes Ricardo Ramos. Finishes Manolo. Also gets a decision. So let's see it. He did have a fight against what's his name? He did have a fight against, I don't know why it's not in here. Laron Murphy had a fight against Zubaira. And by the way, they went to a draw. Okay, oh, there it is. Okay, so there's a draw. September 7, 2019, he got a draw from that. He says, Armin, this guy talk all his life about rematch, but I know if he beat Charles at UFC 300, he'd never take the fight. Is that a reference to Armin? Okay. Split decision against Zubaira, right? Now, Laron Murphy, he has the ability to finish fights, but he also has the ability to go all 5 rounds, right? Now, let's take a look at Movsar Evloev. Let's take a look at where he's been in his whole entire career. So in his whole entire career, he has now beaten Aljamain Sterling. He's beaten Arnold Allen by decision. Diego Lopez, he's got a win over Diego Lopez, for crying out loud, back in 2023. But yet Diego Lopez is the one that gets a title shot, gets a win over Dan Ige. Okay, another mutual opponent that he has with Murphy. Has a win over Hakeem Dawodu, has a split decision win over Nick Lenz, Mike Grundy. A lot of decision wins here, right? He does get a finish against Rafael Diaz. Did he get any finishes in the UFC? So let's see. Song Young Choi, nope. Let's see what finishes he had in the UFC. So all his fights have been 100% decisions. Okay, 9 decisions that he's had in his UFC career, right? 9 decisions. Now, is that indicative of anything? I'll tell you what this is indicative of. I would be very surprised if he can finish Laron Murphy, but I highly doubt it. I think that this is the reason why he doesn't get a title shot. He hasn't finished anyone in the UFC, but he dominates a lot of guys in the UFC for all that's worth. I mean, does that matter that he dominates these guys, but at the same time, he's also not getting finishes? I think that could be a factor as to why he's not getting the title shot. Now, what are some criteria that they look for title shots, right? Somebody who is exciting, somebody who is dynamic, somebody who can sell tickets, somebody who can talk. He obviously does not have any of those things, right? And by the way, I love Evloev. This is a guy that, I favor for obvious reasons, right? He's a Muslim fighter, Dagestani. Why would I not favor him, right? But at the same time, he doesn't get any finishes. No finishes from Diego Lopez. Couldn't finish Arnold Allen. Couldn't finish Aljamain Sterling. Couldn't finish Hakeem Dawodu. Barely wins against Nick Lenz. okay, dominates Mike Grundy, gets a win over Enrique, gets a win over Song Yong Choi. Rafael Diaz was his last knockout, and that was in round number 5 at M1 Global Challenge. And by the way, that was for the M1 Global Challenge title. So he doesn't get a lot of finishes. What I'm going to lead to believe is that he is going to win this fight, but not only will he win this fight, he will win this fight by unanimous decision. Or better yet, there's a good chance that he wins this fight by split decision versus LaRon Murphy. Or it could end up a draw. That's right. This fight could end up as a draw, okay? I'm going to make a bold prediction of that right now, all right? The bold prediction I'm going to make is that this fight could end in a draw. And I'm going to tell you why right now, why this fight can end in a draw. It could. I'm not saying that it will, but it could. My official prediction is that I think Evloev is going to win by decision if I had to pick a winner. However, the trajectory of both of these men are going to end up getting a draw. I promise you that. This fight is a recipe for a draw. Well, how do I know that? Zubaira is a great example of that. Very similar style that he has with Evloev. Evloev uses a lot more wrestling. Even though Zubaira is from Team Khabib, he doesn't use a lot of wrestling, but Khabib encourages him to use a lot of wrestling. That's going to play a factor. LaRon Murphy is a dangerous striker. He can crack, okay? And here's another thing about LaRon Murphy's life story, right? The man was shot 5 times, okay? LaRon Murphy was shot 5 times. Just like 50 Cent, just like Tupac, and that is the reason why he walks out to ambitions as a rider. But from Tupac, right? He was shot 5 times and survived. I've met guys that have been shot before. Okay, the resilience, the type of mental fortitude that these men have, it is absolutely unmatched in whatever it is that they do in life. Now, it just so happens that what Evloev decides to do in life, what Murphy decides to do in life is mixed martial arts. And this is going to lend him some positivity. So I think as high level of Evloev is, the toughness and tenacity and the new developing skills of LaRon Murphy is still going to give some problems for Evloev. It's still going to give him some problems, meaning that they're going to be in for a fight. Let me tell you how this is going to go. Evloev shoots in for a takedown. Maybe LaRon Murphy stuffs it. Maybe LaRon Murphy gets into some scrambling exchanges to which he will get the better of, which is a possibility. And maybe a few times he's going to go and crack Evloev in the face, and that is a strong possibility that he will. He can absolutely crack Evloev in the face, and when he does, Evloev is going to have a harder time than what he had anticipated. Why? The reason why is because it's going to be a much harder fight when LaRon Murphy is cracking you in the face while also trying to take him down, trying to maintain him to a ground control time, to which LaRon Murphy is going to resist, and it's going to be a hard fight. It's going to be a very difficult fight for LaRon Murphy, but it's also going to be a difficult fight for Evloev. But what is the main reason why I'm sort of leaning towards Evloev rather than leaning towards LaRon Murphy? It's because of the wrestling. I think wrestling wins fights, and if all else fails, that is exactly what Evloev is going to do. But make no mistake, there is a good chance that LaRon Murphy can crack him, but I don't know if he can finish him as a result of that. These two guys don't have good finishing rates, except for LaRon Murphy. He does have decent finish rates, Evloev has no finishes at all in the UFC. And this is the reason why they are holding him back for title shots. But I promise you, this fight is going to end up as a draw. I can see this fight ending up as a draw. Now, do I want that? No, because obviously it's not going to leave anything definitive in terms of, real solutions, real definitive conclusions that we need in terms of finding out who the real champion is or who the real contender is. Because now they're just going to keep giving Volkanovski these BS fights. But these guys need to show out. The problem is I don't think they're going to show out in the way that, I think that I think that you might anticipate. So I'm going to go with a draw for Evloev. And a draw, obviously a draw, but sliding towards Evloev for the win. Okay, that is my official prediction on that one. All right, so let's move on to the co-main event. All right, so let's see, the co-main event of this evening right here is Luke Riley, 12-0, taking on the American Michael Aswell Jr., 11-3. Let's take a look at where Michael Aswell Jr. has been in his career. He says, "Hi, Hate, I'm here. What's the topic?" The topic is UFC London next weekend. Obviously, fight night with Josh Emmett and Vallejos just finished last night as a headliner. Now we're going to get right into UFC London. So that is a main topic right now. So, okay, Michael Aswell Jr. Last fight was against Lucas Almeida. Gets a finish, first round knockout. Prior to that, Balogi Oki gets a decision win. By the way, that guy got knocked out yesterday cold. Okay, gets a split decision win over Dorian Ramos. Gets a split decision loss against Bogdan Grad. He says, what is your prediction on Ilya versus Justin, bro? I think Ilya is going to win that one. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, guys. Let's get this thing cracking, shall we? So, all right. Gets a loss against Yadir Devali. Okay, that was back in Fury FC. Okay, so that was in the regional scenes. Now, let's take a look at his opponent, Luke Riley. Okay, the highly touted Luke Riley, obviously, the says, Salam, are you fasting today? Of course, man, of course. Days, just a couple of days left. So he has a win over a neutral opponent, Bogdan Grad, gets a knockout. Prior to that, gets another knockout. These were all Cage Warrior fights, by the way, so this is his second UFC fight. Yeah, this guy's just getting knockouts after knockouts, a few decisions here and there. I think he's going to get a knockout on this one. I think Luke Riley gets a knockout sometime in the third round or so. That is my official prediction. Knockout Luke Riley, third round. Do you think Ilya beats Islam? No, I do not. I think that the wrestling that Islam has going on is way far too advanced for Ilya to deal with. So that is where I stand on that. I think that there is no way that he is going to beat him just based on the wrestling alone. But with this fight, Luke Riley, I'm going with Luke Riley, third round knockout. Now, moving on, we have Michael Venom Page, 24-3 against Sam Patterson. Now, we talk about how a lot of these guys, okay, haven't gotten a lot of finishes, right? Especially Movsar Evloev and Laron Murphy sometimes can put himself in a really, stinker type of a fight, right? So, with Luke Riley, he's had finishes, but he's undefeated, right? So he has a propensity to finish. Michael Venom Page, okay, in a few of his UFC fights has not gotten any finishes, right? So maybe they're giving him Sam Patterson because they're looking to sort of make a highlight reel out of Sam Patterson's head, and that could be a possibility. So, all right, let's take a look at his fights, right? This guy's had some finishes, okay? Trey Waters, his last fight back in September. Okay, right hook, standing TKO. Gets another knockout against Dan Barlow. Gets an arm triangle choke against Crosby. Gets a rear naked choke, another submission win over Lianci. And then loses to a knockout against Yanel Amouche. Okay, he's had rear naked chokes. Okay, so this guy is a finisher. All right, now Michael Venom Page. Let's take a look at his career so far. Let's see here. Jared Cannonier, decision win. Shara Magomedov, decision win. Gets a win against Carlos Condit in grappling. Wow, okay. So he's got some grappling skills there. Loses to Ian Gary by decision. All right, and then Kevin Holland gets a win over Kevin Holland. I predict this is going to be a decision win for Michael Venom Page, okay? Sam Patterson is a finisher. Okay, Sam Patterson is a finisher. Oh, what a toxic game plays here says, I can't believe Gypsy Crusader won. Hey man, that's boxing for you. You know what I mean? And you know what? Both of those guys fought horribly, but the judges saw it in the way of Gypsy Crusader. What can you do? You know, that's boxing by the end of the day. And obviously the pro-black crowd was not too happy about it, but you know, that's boxing by the end of the day, you know? But yeah, I did see that fight last night. So look, Sam Patterson has had a lot of finishes, right? So I think Michael Venom Page is going to be reluctant in trying to be in a firefight with him. I think Michael Venom Page is going to be very methodical in this fight. He's going to use a lot of angles. He's going to use a lot of back and forths. He's going to use a lot of circling around. He's going to use a lot of these unorthodox movements to try and offset Sam Patterson. I think that is exactly what he is going to do, right? So as a result of that, I think that Michael Venom Page is going to play it safe, but I also think he's going to win by unanimous decision by playing it safe. Okay, so moving on, we have EU Baranski taking on Austen Lane, the former NFL player Austen Lane. Right now in his career, 13-7 in his career, coming off of a 2-fight losing streak, okay?
Feel is information designed for control, feedback, and impact. New materials, zero lemons. Every variable accounted for. Engineered for tomorrow. Formed for field.
Another day. Same pain, same meds, same struggling for symptom relief.
He's lost to Vitor Petrino. Okay, and by the way, Vitor Petrino had a fight last night. All right, and Vitor Petrino had a unanimous decision win against Steven Asplund. Very good fight, by the way. But yeah, he loses to Petrino, rear naked choke. Mario Pinto gets knocked out. Actually beats Robles Deponge, right? Got him up out of here. The what was he? I think Dominican or Cuban? The Cuban Taekwondo fighter, right? So he's a bit on a losing streak right now, except for that one win that he had against Robles, right? Now let's take a look at EU Baranski. Okay, so Baranski is 7-0. 7-0 right now, has one fight in the UFC, knocked out Iwo Kos Lane. And in the Contender Series, he also had another knockout. Yeah, I think he's going to knock out Austen Lane. I think Austen Lane is very green, right? He's one of these football players that believes, you know what, just because I'm a football player that somehow I have, you know, these powers over these men, right? Or, you know, some sort of like magical powers that nobody else has. So as a result, you know, I'm just going to go in here and I'm easily going to knock this dude out. And he's going to swing for the fences. He's going to rely a lot on his athleticism Whereas EU here, I think he's going to rely a lot on his technical skills, his knockout power. I think he walks in and gets knocked out. I think he knocks out Austen Lane sometime in the first or second round. So EU Borodsky is going to knock out Austen Lane, and that is my official prediction for that one. All right, so moving on. This is an interesting middleweight matchup right here, right? I was watching Cage Warriors, you know, briefly yesterday, and there was, I mean, I couldn't really watch the whole thing because obviously I wanted to focus more on the UFC Fight Night card yesterday. But yeah, Christian Leroy Duncan is a former Cage Warriors champion, right? And he's taking on Roman Dolize. Let's take a look at where Roman Dolize's career path has been so far. 15-4, 0 losses. Is coming off of a loss against Anthony Hernandez. He gets choked out by Anthony Hernandez. He comes back to UFC London, tries to get a redemption out of it. All right, rear naked choke in the 4th round. He has a win over Marvin Vettori, has a win over Kevin Holland due to a rib injury, has a decision win over Anthony Smith, and that was back in UFC 303. Has a loss against Nasruddin Imavov, by the way, majority decision loss, so he was close and right in there. Let's see here. Has a win over Jack Hermanson, so he's got some pretty impressive names. So this is a big step up for Christian Leroy Duncan, even though Roman Dolize is coming off of a loss. Christian Leroy Duncan, okay, loses to RoboCop, and that was a few UFC fights in, right? Loses to RoboCop, then gets a win over Andre Poliev, has a win over Eric Anders. By the way, Eric Anders fought last night, and Eric Anders actually beat Brad Tavares, right? So, you know, that win probably aged well for Christian Leroy Duncan. And then Marco Tulio gets a spinning back fist against him. I think this is going to go to a decision. Against who, though? That's going to be hard to tell, right? I think Roman Dolize, coming off of being finished, I think he's going to be very careful and very reluctant to fight on the ground with Dolize. Although I think Dolize is probably the better grappler between him and Christian Leroy Duncan, I would reckon, right? Christian Leroy Duncan has a very dynamic style, very unorthodox style, right? Also very technical and unorthodox at the same time, right? I think Christian Leroy Duncan is going to outpoint him. That's what I think. So I'm going with Christian Leroy Duncan by unanimous decision. That is my official prediction for that one. So I'm going with Christian Leroy Duncan by unanimous decision. Okay. So next fight coming up. We got Curtis Campbell taking on Danny Silva. Unranked, unknown guys. Curtis Campbell 8-0, Danny Silva 10-2. Let's take a look at where Danny Silva has been. He is the visiting American fighter taken on.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Live mic coming in.
On fire. There is no stopping this man. He lets you speak your mind and always keeps it real. MMA guru couldn't shine his shoes, man. Shout out to you on that, man. Heck yeah, man. You know, and that's why I'm here right now, you know, breaking down these fights. Like what I do best. Obviously, I do a lot of political content, gang content, you know, and all those are entertaining as well. But this is my bread and butter right here.
Got some live mic going on right now.
MMA is my bread and butter, and MMA is what has, you know, brought me around the world, and what has brought me, you know, a worldwide audience, right? Is you know, is MMA. So, you know, this is bread and butter right here above all else. So, okay. Coming from Bloodline Combat Sports, that is the affiliation gym that Danny Silva is from. Okay, so Danny Silva is 10-2. He has a loss over Kevin Vallejos, who, by the way, just won last night, right? So it's crazy how these guys fought back in the summer, and now they're coming back here in the springtime, right? So, you know, a quick turnaround in that end. Okay, so he loses to Kevin Vallejos, right? From what people were telling me in the chat, Kevin Vallejos is the Argentinian Ilia Topuria, and I can obviously see why they said that after Kevin Malekos was able to finish Josh Emmett last night. He's coming off of also a win from Lucas Almeida prior to that. That was last March, split decision win. So that was about a year ago. Has a win over Josh Kalibau, split decision. Angel Paccio, another unanimous decision. But then, and that was in a contender series. And then in the LFA, he had knocked somebody out before he went into the contender series. So, okay, let's take a look at his opponent. Curtis Campbell, okay, the hometown English fighter, 8-0, Curtis Campbell. Comes out of the MMA Academy from Liverpool Gym, all right? So this is his UFC debut coming off of his contender series, okay, which he had an elbow win against Demi Sa. Okay, so he's got some rear naked choke wins, punch, knockout wins, decisions, calf kick wins, so liver kick. Okay, so he's got really good kicks, this guy, right? And he's 8-0. I'm going to go with him by unanimous decision, right? Curtis Campbell, the Pink Panther. I think he wins this one by unanimous decision. Yeah, I'm going to go with Curtis Campbell on this one, unanimous decision.
Well, the VS prototype is the new Tour B from Bridgestone. And for me,
I don't think these guys finish each other at all. But yeah, 9-0 as he continues. Okay, so moving on. We got Mason Jones against Alex Sola, the undefeated French fighter. Mason Jones, also a former Cage Warriors champion in the lightweight division, by the way. Okay, Mason Jones also trains out here in Team Alpha Male. For those of you that don't know, right? Another guy that I see around town as well, you know, roaming around Sacramento, right? So, yeah, he's with, you know, Team Alpha Male, but he also trains with Pedro Bessa BJJ, which is probably a gym out in Wales where he trains at. So he's got a knockout win against Oki, by the way, a guy who fought last night. He's got a win over Jeremy Stevens, right? That was like last year, you know what I mean? Has a win over Jeremy Stevens. He's got a win over Michael Picani. He's got a win over Bryce Logan. Now let's take a look at this Axel Sola guy that he's fighting, right? The Frenchman. He kind of looks like the young Andrew Tate a little bit. If you guys want to check him out, right, take a look at this, right? Kind of has a little bit of, you know, a young Andrew Tate appearance to him. You know, if you guys can, you know, really see the resemblance in that, right? So, okay, Alex Sola. Let's see here. Alex Sola has a win over Reese McKee. By the way, he was the co-host last night for the Cage Warriors show. Has a win over Gilles Uldia. That was in Ares FC. So these are championship fights. So this guy's coming off of championship fights in Ares FC. So we got former Ares champion versus Cage Warriors champion in this one. Okay. What is that? Has a draw against Dagir Imavov. Okay, really interesting. Okay. And that was a championship fight. So he's got 4 title defenses under his belt. Yeah, Mason Jones has... I think he's going to have his hands full with Mason Jones. I'm going to go with Mason Jones by split decision. I think that this is going to go to a split decision, but I think it's going to go in the favor of Mason Jones. All right, so next fight, Nathaniel Wood, okay, taking on Lucene Kieta. Let's take a look at where Lucene Kieta has been. 16-1, former Octagon champion, looks like a double champion right there. Anytime you see somebody who's a double champion, that spells you know, some pretty good future settings right there, right? Well, let's take a look at where he's been in the UFC. He hasn't been in the UFC. This is actually his UFC debut. Okay, so he's got a few finishes in the Octagon. By the way, a very highly touted European organization, okay? This organization okay, is top notch in Poland, I believe. I believe Octagon is Poland, or is it the Czech Republic? Let me know in the chat below if you guys know for certain what country Octagon is. I believe the Czech Republic, but somewhere, yeah, in Eastern Europe, I reckon. Where this organization is from. So okay, yeah, double champion we got going on here, right? At lightweight, and also pound for pound, number 10. He says, yeah, Andrew Tate. I was born in Luton. We don't claim Andrew Tate or Tommy Robinson. Well, by the end of the day, Tommy Robinson and Andrew Tate claim Luton hard. So, you guys can only deny him for so long. But yeah. All right, so he's number one, ranked number 1 in the Czech Republic. Yeah, so this is going to be a tough fight for Nathaniel Wood, right? Nathaniel Wood, also a former Cage Warriors champion, right? 22-6 in his career right now. But coming off of some serious wins right here, even including some grappling against Alex Caceres in Polares. Has a unanimous decision win over Daniel Pinata. Has a grappling win over Cameron Ills. Morgan Charrier has a unanimous decision against him. That's a tough fight right there. And has a unanimous decision over Jose Delgado. I'm going to go with Lucien Kieta, though, right? There's a reason why this guy is the double champion in another organization, right? Conor McGregor was a former double champion in Cage Warriors, and then when he came into the UFC, you've seen how promising he was, right? It tells a lot. It tells a lot if you can be a double champion. So yeah, I'm going to go with him on that one. I'm going to go with Lucien Keita, but I think that he wins by decision. It's his UFC debut, right? The Octagon jitters are going to be there. And Nathaniel Wood is a tough outing for somebody who is on a hot winning streak right now, on top of the fact that it's UFC. This is UFC level. He's going to have a hard time, with this fight. All right, next fight. In the heavyweight division, Felipe Franco, 10-1 against Mario Pinto at 11-0. So Mario Pinto from Portugal. Okay, let's check him out right here. This is Mario Pinto right here. Ranked number 20 amongst heavyweights. So has a win over Jotana Diaz, full mount, ground and pound. Austen Lane, who's also in this fight card. Lucas Camacho. Now let's take a look at Felipe Franco. Where's he been? 10-1, Brazilian. 6'1", his height 204. So this is he was a light heavyweight. Lost at the Contender Series. Gets a shot to fight in a regional scene. Gets a knockout. Gets another knockout. Yeah, I'm going to go with Mario Pinto on this one just based on his UFC experience alone. I think Mario Pinto, does he have any submission wins? Let's see if he has any submission wins here. No. Okay. I don't see him knocking him out. I think this one goes to a decision. Yeah, I think this fight with Pinto and Franco goes to a decision. I think it's going to go to the side of Mario Pinto. Right, just a lot of UFC experience so far. Felipe lost in a Contender Series, and now he's getting an opportunity to fight in the UFC. Yeah, I think this is Mario Pinto's fight to win. For sure, this is Mario Pinto's fight to win right here. Yeah, I think he wins that one easily. Easily he wins that one, but not by a finish. I don't think that he's going to finish him. Maybe he might. But for this occasion, I think, yeah, I think that he gets a unanimous decision win. That's what I think on this one. All right, so moving on. Moving on to the next fight. We got Antonio Trucoli taking on Mantas Contravicius, 8-1, taking on 12-6. Okay, so let's take a look at where Antonio Trucoli has been in his whole career. All right, so 12-6 so far. On a bit of a losing streak here, right? Loses to Mansour Abdelmalik. Trayshan Gore gets knocked out by Shara Magomedov. Yeah, man, hasn't been, really successful in his UFC career. So, let's see here. Yeah, I'm going to go with Mantas on this one, right? The losing streak doesn't give me much confidence. So, I'm going to go with the Lithuanian fighter. Let's take a look at where he's been. One fight in the Contender Series so far. Okay, has a grappling competition win back in October. Cage Warriors experience. Has fought in Aries. By the way, his only loss, submission loss. I doubt this guy submits him. So I'm going to go with this guy by finish. I think he's going to finish Antonio Trucoli. Take a look at how Trucoli has been finished prior. Right, standing guillotine, gets knocked out by Shara Magomedov. I think he gets knocked out in this one. I honestly think, yeah, he gets knocked out in this one right here. And then look, he quit and retired against Marcelo Barbosa in Jungle Fight 91 back in 2017. Yeah, man, this guy has quit in him. I think he's going to end up quitting this fight as well. I think he gets stopped TKO. So that's going to be my official prediction on that one. Yeah, TKO finish for the Lithuanian Mantas. All right, we move on to the next fight, guys. Let's see here, the next fight. Okay, Louis Sutherland taking on Brando P. The Scotsman, 10-4. The Aussie, flying all the way here from Australia, 5-1. This is a heavyweight fight. Let's take a look at where Brando P has been. The Balkan Bear. All right, let's check this dude out. The Balkan Bear. 6'5", weighing in at 261. South Australia, City Kickboxing. So he trains with Israel Adesanya, this guy. All right, so he has one win in the UFC so far, and that's against Alicia Ellison. Now let's take a look at Louis Sutherland, right? The Scotsman that is in here. He was the former LFL champion, the Vanilla Gorilla. Look at the size of this dude, 6'3", weighs in at 264. So, real true heavyweight right there. Really cuts down to be a heavyweight. He's got a win in the PFL, one loss in the UFC, one loss in Bellator. Has lost to Walter Walker. Has lost to a decision in Bellator. I'm going to go with Brando P right here. I'm going to go with him. I think that he's going to fight very technical in this one. I think that he knocks him out. That's what I think. I think he gets a knockout in this fight right here. You guys know that City Kickboxing is probably one of the most technical gyms when it comes to striking, right? So this guy's going to be prepared. Not only is he going to be prepared, he's going to outstrike this guy. And that is indicative of the fact that he comes from City Kickboxing. Yeah, I think he wins this one by unanimous decision. No, knockout. Second round knockout. Second round TKO. That's what I'll go with. Second round TKO. The Balkan Bear gets it. All right, so lightweight division. We got Shem Rock, 12-2, taking on Selwady Dec. Okay. Looks like he's from Palestine, so he's Palestinian. Got the Palestinian flag right here, the pride of Palestine. So he lost his last fight in the UFC. That was back in March 2024. Hasn't been active since, man. You know, so he's been out for 2 years. You know, I don't like that. That doesn't spell, you know, anything good. But Shem Rock, let's take a look at where Shem Rock has been. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with Shem Rock by unanimous decision. You know, sorry to say that to my Palestinian brother, but he's coming off of a unanimous decision loss. That was back in November. That was in the Qatar card, right? Oliveira gets a decision against him. Prior to that, he has a split decision win in the Octagon, and then signs to the UFC right after. So yeah, this is his second fight and a bit of a redemption for both of them, right? Abdul-Karim hasn't fought for 2 years, and Shem Rock here, you know, is coming off of his UFC loss in his debut, so he's looking to redeem himself. Yet this guy right here has not fought for 2 years. Hasn't fought in the UFC for 2 years. Okay, and he was supposed to have a couple of fights that got canceled. He was supposed to fight Jordan Levitt. That never happened. Guram, by the way, the training partner of Kamzat. Oki, who just fought last night, got knocked out. And now he's coming in here against Shem Rock. I'm going to have to go with Shem Rock by decision, right? He's going to play it safe. He knows that he has a loss in the UFC. He wants to, you know, avenge that loss in any kind of way that he can. So, yeah, man. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Shem Rock on this one. You know, but we'll see, man. You know, well, maybe Abdul-Karim will surprise us, right? Maybe he's been cooking up something these past couple of years, but I go by the consistency of what I see in front of me, and yeah, I'm gonna go with Shem Rock on this one. All right, so the last two, obviously, they're women's fights. Whatever, we'll go through them. Shinel Dyer, 6-1, the Nightmare. Here, Shinel Dyer, the Nightmare, 6-1. 3-0 in the PFL, lost the Contender Series. So I notice a pattern here, right? I notice the pattern here is that whenever there is a fighter that lost in the Contender Series, they don't push them out right away, right? Or push them out of the way, you know, just based off of that loss, right? They sort of keep them in data and say, hey, you know what? Maybe somewhere down the line, we'll have something for you, right? We'll have a fight ready for you. We can get you in this card. You can do this card. You can do that. But let's take a look at her opponent. Let's take a look at where her opponent has been. Yeah, it was a Contender Series loss. That was back in September 9th, by the way. Even though she lost that one, she actually won a UFC contract against Carol Foro. Okay, Ravina Oliveira. Let's take a look at where Ravina Oliveira has been. Okay, the Brazilian fighter that she is fighting right here, 7-3-1. Coming off of a 2-fight losing streak. So I can see why they matched her up with this girl right here, right? The other girl has lost in a Contender Series. Now she gets another shot. This girl right here has lost twice already in her UFC debut, right? Looking to get a win, but sort of giving them a bit of a redemption, right? So, okay, it's a good card opener. A decent card opener, right? Redemption. That is sort of the story that they are sort of pushing here, right? Is redemption. Redemption in these fighters, right? One is coming off of a Contender Series loss, even though she won a contract through that loss. This one won a contract easily after fighting in the LKC organization. And now, after 2 losses, one a rear naked choke and one a unanimous decision, they're giving her Shinel Dyer as a potential comeback. So, by the way, she trains out of the Great Britain top team, and that is a gym in London. Great Britain top team, I believe, is in London. So, man, that's a tough one, man. Yeah, that is a tough one. I might have to go with Ravina Oliveira, right? Just based off of her experience. I think her experience is what is going to win this particular fight. Look, this whole entire card from the bottom part of this UFC London card, right? There's a theme. The theme is redemption. You lost before, we're going to give you an opportunity again. But I think Chanel Dyer's experience in UFC, I think, is going to lend her a win here, right? Lend her a win. It will get her over the line. So, yeah, I'm going to go with her by decision on this one. This one, I'm going to go with a decision against Chanel Dyer. So that's going to be my official prediction on that one. Yeah, man, I really like the matchmaking, right? Look, very underrated matchmaking, by the way, right? A lot of people are going to think like, well, why are you letting these people who have lost in the UFC before, you know, come in here? Well, you know, I think that's kind of good, right? We don't know the true potential of these people until you give them a chance, right? And this is the best chance that you can give them, somebody with a losing streak and then somebody that lost by decision while also getting a UFC contract. I think that's amazing. That's great. Yeah, that's a great concept. But I'm going to go with Chanel Dyer just based off the experience alone. So that's going to be my official pick on that one. It's going to be Chanel Dyer by unanimous decision. Okay, that's going to be my bold prediction on that one, because let's be honest, a lot of women's fights go to a unanimous decision, right? So that's kind of where a lot of this thing, you know, leads into. So, all right, Melissa Mullins taking on Luana Carolina. Okay, that's going to be the opener of the card right there. Let's take a look at where Luna Carolina's career has been so far. All right, so Luana Carolina, 11-5 in her current career trajectory right now. All right, 11-5. Let's take a look at where she's been in her whole entire career with her 11-5 record. So coming off of a loss against Michelle Montague, unanimous decision, right? Not much of a surprise. These types of fights usually end up in a decision. That's just how these things go, right? 11-4. And then gets a win over Lucille Pudlova. And then gets a win over Julia Storolenko. Right, punches from the crucifix position right here. This is the fighter that she had defeated before. He says GBGBT Gym is in London. Mitchum, hate that he did a video on his old channel. I still remember. Oh wow, okay. I didn't know that he did you know, videos. I didn't know that Hate Love did videos like that. That's kind of awesome, man. All right. Okay, so that's the only loss that she's had in the UFC. Well, no, actually, she has had loss against Molly McCann with that spinning back elbow back in 2022. Yeah, that was, wow, yeah, that was a devastating one. That was a devastating elbow she took on that one. Then Joanne Calderwood gets a split decision win against her. Okay, let's take a look at Melissa Mullins. Yeah, so is that right, Jimmy Smith? She actually did, I'm sorry, Hate Love, he actually did videos back in the days? I didn't know that, man. I didn't know that. That's kind of awesome, man, that he did videos. So, that's good to know. Thank you for letting me know that, man. All right, so Melissa Mullins. no mess, Melissa Mullins. Okay, so 7-2 right now in her current record. Right? Has a unanimous decision win over Courtney Alex K. Has a win over Jessica Tortilla. Julia Mikhailovic has a submission win. Daria okay, so she's been in a losing streak as of late. But has, okay, a win. That win was in oh, that was grappling. Okay, that win's not even MMA, that's grappling. But yes, okay, that's also a grappling loss. Okay, grappling loss. So 1-1 in her last 2 UFC fights, you know, or we could say 2-1 in her last 3 fights. Against, so 3-1 in her last UFC fights. Carolina has 2-1. So it's 2-1 versus 2-1. Wow. All right, that's a tough decision to make right there. I'm gonna have to go with. I'm gonna go with Melissa Mullins by decision. I think Melissa Mullins wins this one by decision. Very close decision. I think she wins this one right here. So yeah, that's my official.
All right, guys. Shout out to everybody around the world that is tapped into this one right now. We are live. We are live. We are live. We gave you a full card prediction for that one, and just in time for the second fight of the night. Okay, and then now we're here in the second fight of the night. We got Shem Rock taking on the Palestinian El-Swadi, and then prior to that, you had Dyer. Okay, the local town London girl who just won against Oliveira, knockout, head kick, finished. Now here we are in the second fight of the evening. Also, there's been news, obviously, that there have been UFC fighters that are training FBI agents, hence the AI picture that you have right in front of you right now. But yeah, man, we're gonna get it cracking. This is gonna be a fight, and all right, here we go. So round number 1 between Shem Rock and El-Swadi right now. Here we go, guys. Round number 1. All right, so there's El-Swadi throwing some kicks there. I'm sorry, The Rock, Shem Rock. What an interesting name. His whole name is Shem Rock. That's a pretty crazy combination of a name. All right, there's a high head kick right there by Shem Rock. El-Swadi circling around him. Just about 1 minute into this fight already. All right, very fun UFC London card so far, guys. You know, we already got a finish from the women's fight. By the way, a prediction that I got wrong, right? I had Oliveira winning that one just based on being the veteran, but here comes Dyer with a nice head kick knockout out of nowhere. Okay, there's a nice head kick right there by Shem Rock with 303. Now they clinch up right against the fence. Both squared up, circling around each other in the middle of the octagon. 245, 244, 243 in the first round. Good leg kick by El-Kheer. Another leg kick attempt right there by El-Kheer. It was a leading leg kick. Oh, nice front kick and connects right into the face. 216, 215, 213 left in the first round. Yeah, so as this fight is going on, what do you guys think about the FBI training federal agents, right? And some of these guys have so-called street reputations like Jorge Masvidal. How does that look for the streets, him for training people like that? Or maybe he just doesn't care at this point, just based on the fact. I mean, look, it's one thing to endorse a president, but if you're a street guy and you're now training federal agents, that's not a good look. Nobody's gonna believe you with the whole, "Oh, I'm the king of Miami" talk. Good leg kick right here by El-Kheer as we are still talking about these fights. There's another front kick attempt that he goes for that he connected really nice with earlier. All right, going for somewhat of an overhand right, sort of spamming it as he was walking him down. Now, as El-Kheer circling him around, there is a non-lead leg kick right there. Swing and a miss by Shem Rock. Very interesting name. His name is Shem Rock. I guess maybe that's short for Shamrock. He goes and attempts a kick right there, catches the leg as El-Kheer, takes him down, and then they scramble right back on the floor, only with El-Kheer to be right on top of in the full guard position looking to mount. Oh, wow. Slams him from a full mount position slam is El Shamrock. Very exciting part of the fight right now with just 10 seconds left. Now they're in the up-down position. Oh, there's an up kick right there by El-Kheer. He connected on those up kicks right there. All right, and that is the end of the first round. All right, round number 2. Here we go. El-Kheer circling around. Leg kick attempt by El-Kheer. Nice head kick right there by Shem Rock. Going for a bit of a knee right there. All right, good stance switches right there by El-Kheer. Very nice. And then comes in really aggressive after he gets on the inside right here and then gets in close range. There's some close range jabs right there by El-Kheer. Still maintaining that very tricky stance that he has, right? Just at a dime, he will switch stances. Very Terrence Crawford-like. All right, so now he's looking to get a takedown right here. A bit of some body lock going here. All right, maintaining this wizard position as El-Kheer has him clinched up against the cage. Oh, wow. Transitions that clinch, goes in close range, and tries to go for an elbow here. Yeah, El-Kheer's volume is, I think, is what's going to win him this fight if the pace continues at this rate right now. And right now, he's maintaining a very beautiful pace right now, right? Not allowing Shem Rock to work at all. That's what you want to do. One 146, 145, 144, 140, 140, 139 in the second round right now. All right, shooting in. Looks like he was shooting in and then throwing an overhand right at the same time. Once again, the very tricky style of El-Kheer. High kick right there, attempt by El-Kheer. Shem Rock sort of blocks it with his forearms. Okay, very low, subtle jab right there by Shem Rock. Meanwhile, there's El-Kheer shooting in, attempts a judo hip toss, only for Shem Rock to sort of swat that away in a very judo-like sprawl position. A close range clinching a judo type of sprawl, what I was saying. All right, now 30 seconds left into the second round right now. What is that? Someone's corner said a touch light 33. What does that mean? Touch light for 33 seconds. So now we got 10 seconds left. Shamrock putting his hands down, sort of daring. Ooh, there's a cartwheel kick by El-Kheer out of nowhere. All right, now that is the end of the second round. Going into the third round, once again, as I said, if El-Kheer maintains this pace, it's not going to be very good for Shem Rock. It's not going to be good. You can't allow this guy to continue and dominate at his pace, right? That's exactly what El-Kheer is doing. He is demonstrating that he is controlling this fight through the range and also through the aggression as well. Always being first. That is the main thing that El-Kheer is doing right now more than anything. He is being first. Okay, round number 2 is coming up right now. All right, so now 30 seconds into the first round, you see that El-Kheer is maintaining the same thing that he was doing from round 1 to round 2. Once again, sometimes MMA gets into these things that you would call, let's say, rinse and repeat, right? The rinse and repeat often happens when, let's say, someone is taking somebody down over and over again, right? Because they're sort of noticing a hole in their game. Now, what is the hole that El Swati is noticing here? Well, what he's noticing is that this gentleman is not given the amount of proper output as he is, the amount of aggression that he is, and also the amount of trickiness that he is displaying towards Shem Rock right now. Shem Rock is only looking for his okay, so there it is. There's one good little bit of a taekwondo karate style kick to the head right there. A bit of a slap kick towards El Swati, right? Did Shem Rock just do? But that's what he's sort of looking for is those one shot perfect kills. Whereas with El Swati, he's just maintaining high volume, high aggression, and high pace. All right, there's good combinations going off right here. All right, good front kicks right here. All right, nice high kick attempt by Shem Rock right there. Really misses it. We are just about 3 minutes already into the third round, and El Swati has been doing the same thing over and over again. He's on the verge and the trajectory of winning this one. There's a spinning back kick right there by the Shem Rock. All right, so there's some good shots right there by El Swati, man. 50 seconds left into this fight. He's yeah, he's got this one in the bag. Very, very, very easy win. Very easy win right here for El Swati. With just 20 seconds left, yeah, he is definitely bound to win the decision on this one. Yeah, man. And then right after that, we are on to the third fight, man. Very good, man. Once again, the constant pace and the switching of the stances. On top of that, just the constant switch attacks, switching stances on top of the volume and the aggression. Ultimately, that's what won him the fight in this striking fest. He did it. I mean, whoa, whoa, what is this? Whoa, out of nowhere, they get into a little bit of a post-fight brawl right here. He hit him just right after the fact. Right after. Oh, what is this? A bit of some controversy that is going on here. Wow, man. Post-fight brawl. What is that? All right, so we find out the unanimous decision right now. What's the there it is, man. El-Kheer wins this one. Let's hear what he has to say in the post fight. Okay, looks like there's no post fight mic interview. I guess they're kind of pressing for time, I suppose. The main card. When is the main card? Okay, is it 1 a.m.? Is it 1 a.m. The post fight card? So it's 10 a.m. Yeah, 1 a.m. is the main card. So we are still in the prelim portions of this fight. Only 2 fights so far, right? It feels like we're sort of okay, well, because we're about to head into the third fight of the night. Obviously, the first fight was Dyer versus Oliveira, head kick knockout. And then this one, El-Kheer getting the decision win. All right, so coming up next, we got the heavyweight matchup right now. Going on right next. We got Sutherland. Let's see, who is the next one? Sutherland versus who is this? Let's see here. Sutherland versus Brando P. Okay, so we got some heavyweight prospects right here. Well, at least one heavyweight veteran taking on team.
everyone, I'm gonna finish her, and I finished them. I come from a highest man. She missed weight, been doing up tourists too much. She missed weight, took bags of her, got finished, took more bags. I'm here for the money, man. And the belt, come on.
The heavyweight fight of the evening, rather. Yeah, so here we go, man. All right, Brando P, obviously the City Kickboxing member. There's Eugene Berman right there, head coach of Carlos Ulberg and Israel Adesanya. Carlos Ulberg, the next guy for that camp right now, obviously getting a title shot. Very important part of his career. We got another heavyweight fight after this one. That's going to be Mario Pinto versus Felipe Franco, right? Both 11 fights. One is 10-1, the other is 11-0. All right, man. Welcome, Connor Siller BJJ. He says, I don't know how El-Swadi got 30-27 when he ran backwards and pieced up at the end of every round. I think what we saw out of that, Connor, was just indicative of his aggression, indicative of his volume, and sometimes aggression and volume, even though sometimes it may not look as effective, right, for most people, through the eyes of the judges, it seems that activity just seems to somehow, win merits. I'll give you an example, right? You ever seen people in, let's say, corporate cubicle office environments, right? When the boss comes around, they look very busy. They look like they're doing their work, doing their project, doing X, Y, and Z. They're sitting there in their computer, right, getting the spreadsheets done, making the calls, whatever it is that they do in their, line of work, right? But in reality, they're not really doing much. They're not getting anything done. There's no sales that are being put on, right? No targeted sales, right? They're getting the leads, but they're not getting the targeted sales, the actual target hit, right? But then there's the other person that looks lazy but has, the top sales of the company. And then who gets rewarded in that situation? The guy who looks busy in front of the boss every time. And I think that's what Abdul Karim El-Swadi was able to do in that fight. As we head into this next heavyweight fight right now with Louis Sutherland and Brando P. Brando P from Australia. He says, don't get me wrong, I had El-Swadi winning, but no way it was 30-27. Yeah, that's what the judges saw, man. They saw a 30-27 there. I agree with you. There could have been some round there where I would give, I don't know, man. I honestly, I don't know if I would give any rounds to Shem Rock, honestly. Okay, it's like this, right? When he was connecting on him, it felt like a little bit little too late. Because at that point he was sort of accumulating points on him, very similar to how they do in, let's say, amateur boxing. right? The point system of amateur boxing. That's sort of what I noticed El-Kheer did. He had, the point system on his side. Okay, this is a good point. Shem Rock rocked him in every round, and Shem only got rocked in the first. Correct. But in the middle of it, it was El-Kheer that was putting on the volume, and that's ultimately what the judges saw. All right, there is the famous UK referee, Mark Goddard, getting everybody ready. Now, the first round between Brando P and Louis Sutherland. Here we go. Australia, the Commonwealth of the UK versus mainland UK right here. Two big boys right now with some very good feints on them. Right? Sutherland really going for it right here, really trying to show out for his home country right here, shooting in for a single leg takedown with 37 seconds left. 443, 442, 430. Overhand right there by Sutherland. Wow, nice leg kick right there. Shooting in by Sutherland. Wow, he gets it in there. Good leg kick by Peretich right there. There's a knee right up top right there as they get close in those close range positioning shots. Oh, man, good knees right there by Peretich. He catches him. Now they're brawling right now, man. Great heavyweight fight right now. He sprawls right down on him. Now he's asking him to fight back. He's not getting not fighting back right here. Parrott is all over him right now. Has him in the wrestling referee's position as he's pounding away. Now he's pushing his head down, and Sutherland has his body down. Now he's trying to get up. Now he falls into a ball. That's it. Mark Goddard finishes the fight right there. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Brandon Parrick gets the finish in the first round. Man, really nasty knees and uppercuts right here. Right. Sutherland really tried to go for it, right? It was almost like he was very insecure about his technical efficiencies, that he felt like he had to come in here and really finish, first time out. But that's it, man. That is all she wrote. Second round TKO right there. All right, guys, we'll be back for the next fight. Check out some of my old videos right here.
I don't know. I don't know her. I don't know her,
to, you know, put on better shows. Ali Khan says they fell into the WWE model. They went away from. I'm having a conversation over here. I ain't talking to you. Yeah, but I ain't talking to you. Ain't nobody said you can't talk up in here. Yeah, but you. All right, I'll keep it down. All right, how about that? Let's do that. All right, you cool? You cool? For publicly social media fights. Well, not totally, but yeah. Man, real seriously, you know what I mean? Like, send me some ones if you want me to crash out right now. Like, all right. So, we're gonna talk about Adin Ross getting threatened by an LA crib. Now, how fun is that, right? A lot of the MMA and boxing people are probably wondering, well, why should we care about Adin Ross? Well, here's the thing, you should, because he's going to be a fight promoter. And as a result of that fight promotion that he puts out there, this is going to package in whatever he does, whether it's the Adam 22 versus Jason Love fight. This all correlates to that. When it comes to, let's say, Adin Ross pulling up another boxing match, or guess what? What if Glasses Malone decides to fly from LA to Miami, June 23rd it is, when that fight is going to be with Jason Love and Adam 22. He pulls up to Miami. He rolls up at Adin Ross and says, hey, what'd you say about Dolce or this and that? Now, look, I'm going to be honest with you, right? I don't like the idea that he wants to go and fight Adin Ross based on the fact that he disrespected a woman that he doesn't even know personally, a woman that's not even from the same gang as him, right? Because from what I understand, this woman, Dolce, is a member of TDE, which means she is a member of Kendrick Lamar's camp. And if you're a member of Kendrick Lamar's camp, guess what? You tend to be on the blood side of things, if you know what I mean, right? On the red team. So what politics does Glasses Malone have to do with Dolce? Well, the only politics that he's involved with Dolce is the fact that she's a black woman being disrespected by this Jewish white boy, as they perceive Adin Ross to be. And they see him as an outsider of the culture. So they're, you know what? Here's the thing. I just really don't understand what his beef is, other than the fact that this is great for his promotion. Right? That is the only thing that I could understand. Glasses Malone was to meet with me in person, and he was to say to me, yeah, you know, I did it for the black race or this and that. I would tell him straight up, no, you didn't. Let's be honest about this, bro. Let's be honest about this, cause, you know, you did this because you knew that he was the guy that did a live stream with Donald Trump. By the way, weirdly enough, for Adin Ross, right? He goes and gifts Donald Trump a Tesla. And I'm thinking, why? It's really weird, because you are not richer than Donald Trump. Donald Trump is way richer than you. I would, man, listen, have I bought gifts for people before? Yes, right? But they, you know, usually, well, let's just say this, right? I would not give a gift of worth anything to, let's say, a millionaire, or let's say one of these Sacramento Kings basketball players that I see around here, you know, on a daily basis, right? I would not, it would be weird for me to gift them anything. These are millionaires. If anything, gift me something. But that's the weird thing about Adin Ross, right? He goes and gifts Donald Trump a Tesla, which I believe has a MAGA vinyl, you know, coverings to it. And yeah, very weird, you know, behavior of Adin Ross. But that shows you the behavior of chasing clout, or increasing your awareness to the social media, you know, apparatus of things, right? Well, Glasses Malone is the same thing. Remember, This is a guy who made a song called Tupac Must Die. And in this song, it's brilliant storytelling. Because within this storytelling, I mean, it reminds me of like an Eminem type of song. You know, when Eminem has a lot of these songs that have a lot of storytelling elements to it, like Stan is a good example of that. Guilty Conscience that he did with Dr. Dre. There's a story element attached to it. And guess what? Glasses Malone happens to know Dre, Dr. Dre's family, not just from the street, connection of things, but also just family side of things. So it kind of shows you the kind of influence that Glasses Malone has going on. There's this Eminem, Dr. Dre storytelling type of element that he is basically emulating in some kind of way. So that's what he did with the song Tupac Must Die. So what do these two men have in common? They know how to produce shock value, because you're a West Coast artist, you're a Crip that allegedly came from the same set that blew up Tupac, and then here you are, you got a song called Tupac Must Die, but it's a very interesting song because, well, all right, we're going to wait a bit. I'm going to tell you why that song is interesting, but for now, let's hear Compton Rick Rock. By the way, the real life Franklin, the real GTA the real life GTA version of Franklin. Compton Rick Rock, check out his channel. Very interesting stuff when it comes to street reaction in California, stuff related. And he's talking with the brother of Glasses Malone on this one. So
women of all races. One thing we don't want to do, we don't want to make it a race thing, a black thing, a white thing, even though G is looking at it like it's a white guy talking about a sister. But we don't know Aiden and Doshi's possible off-camera dealings. I don't know. I don't know her. I don't know. You know, I don't follow a lot of new stuff, but
All right, here we go. Mantas K walking out to the cage right now, taking on Antonio Trucoli. This Lithuanian looks like an Ivan Drago. He's never been to a second round. All right, 1 minute into this fight with Trucoli and Mantas X right now. All right, very good clinch positions they got going on here. 144 left into the first round right now. Mantas, man, really doing a good job in this clinch position right here. Now they break away right now. Oh, good 1-2 by Mantas. The Ivan Drago lookalike. That's a hard knee right there. Thirty seconds left into the first round. 25-24. Still maintaining this clinch position. Very strong. Nice knee by Mantas. All right, and that ends the first round right there. Wow, cracking him right here in the last 10 seconds. Ooh, good jab. Nice. All right, so they're in their corner right now, receiving instructions from their corner. Oh, my goodness. He just rocked him on that one. Yeah, good elbow by Mantas right there. He's looking to finish him right here. He's looking to finish him here. Those were big shots. Oh, there's another good elbow right there in a clinch position, maintaining this very heavy clinch position by Mount. Very identical from round one, the way that he's maintaining this clinch position. Illegal blow right here. Is he going to try to maintain that 5 minutes? Is he going to take the full 5 minutes? He could probably get some well-needed rest in between. Who knows? The referee is sort of encouraging Trucoli to get back in there. Trucoli is trying to stall a little bit. Okay, now they're back in action. No more stalling. They're right back in action. There's a low kick right there by Trucoli. Starts right away. There's a 1-2 shot by Mantas. Ooh, very aggressive effort by this guy. Look at these swinging wild punches right here. There's another wild swing. Trucoli shoots. Mantas actually stuffs that takedown. Goes for a judo hip toss. Very good sprawl by Mantas right here. Back in that clinch position that he's always had him in the whole entire fight so far. Okay, just under 2 minutes right now in round number 2. The referee is warning them to use their position. By the way, the first fight of the night, card that is going to be Curtis Campbell versus Danny Silva, and then that's followed up by another middleweight fight, similar to a middleweight fight that we're watching right now. It's going to be Roman Dolize taking on the former Cage Warriors champion Christian Leroy Duncan. Fights we got left in the prelims: Mario Pinto versus Felipe Franco, Daniel Wood, Lucini Kieta, and then the former Cage Warriors 155 champion Mason Jones taking on Axel Sola. The referee is warning Trucoli to, not just stay there and take shots. He has to move. Otherwise, they're going to call something on him, maybe call for a finish right here. Look at Mantas right now, just preying on him like a mantis. Okay, now he's looking for a rear naked choke here. Has he quit? Has Trucoli just really quit on himself right now? Is he about to tap? Mantas doesn't even have the full body lock in right now. He's just looking to cinch in a rear naked here. Okay, and that is the end of the second round going into the third. All right now, boys. All right. Round number 3, boys. Let's go. Let's go, lads. Trucoli now looking for a double leg shot right here, pushing Mantas up against the fence, sort of doing the game that Mantas was doing to him earlier. Connor, man, shout out to you. Thank you for joining me here. He says, sound advice from Trucoli's corner, hit him in the head. Right, stating the obvious. You're a bit stating the obvious there, aren't you, fella? You've got to hit them in the head. That's what you've got to do. You know what that's like saying, lad? That's like saying the sky is blue. Of course, you wanker. It's the freaking sky is blue. I don't know what's going on with you. I don't know what's going on with this fella. He was just winning the fight, and all of a sudden, he's right here in a half-guard position. Like, what's bleeding wrong with you? Get up. Get up now, lad. All right, so now Mantas is trying to get up. Now it is Mantas that is being preyed upon. Okay, now Mantas is back on the prey again. And not so fast, though, Connor, right? You know, it wasn't going to, the tables weren't going to turn that easily right now. Here's Mantas right now maintaining a body lock position, now brawling away. The classic little Mantas brawl that I sort of observed from him, as time's been going on in this fight. Yeah, very impressive. The first time I've seen this kid fight, I think we're going to see this kid fight in a whole lot more exciting fights in the future. But a good addition to this UFC London card, of course. Yes, lad, he's all right, lad. He's all right. He's all right, yeah. Even though he's not a Scouser, we can claim him. Especially because Scousers don't get knocked out. Unless your name is bloody Tony Bellew. Tony Bellew, what you got to say for yourself, lad? Scousers don't get knocked out. All right, Trucoli maintaining a body lock position right here. 105, 104, 103 in the third round right now. I believe this is going to be a Mantas win. A very easy Mantas win right here, doing decision. Obviously, he's been clinching him up this whole entire fight. They had some good moments of exchanges, right? And the moment there in the second round, you kind of thought that maybe, he was going to have the table turn. What is this? Another timeout right now. Another timeout that is going right now with just about 46 seconds left to where Mantas is destined to win this one. All right, so the referee is warning and saying no coaching. Another low shot right there. Okay, so now they're ready. Time in right there. Just about 45 seconds left into the fight right now. And there's Mantas right now. He's saying, hey, let's go in the middle, pointing down on the ground, doing a little bit of a Max Holloway call out right here. Like, yeah, let's brawl. Wow, they really are doing it right there with just 30 seconds left. Mantas pointing down on the ground, doing the Max Holloway thing. Instead, he shoots. He says, all right, you want to shoot? Then I'm going to sprawl on you. I'm going to take you down on the ground, and then I'm going to get right on top, full guard position as he did, transitioning into a side control right now as he's banging away with some hammer shots. And that is all the fight right there. That is the end of the fight. The referee stands him up with the last 5 seconds. This is Mantas winning the decision right here. This is Mantas winning the decision. That is it. Work ahead of him. He's got a lot of tough guys to face right now. 16-0. That can't be denied. And you know what? The only person that he has ever really took him to that distance was Zubaira, and that was the only draw that he had. But by the end of the day, congratulations to Team LaRon Murphy, and also shout out to Josh Emmett, our very own Sacramento guy. I hope that U.S. Leroy. Uh, all right, guys, we're so let's get to the.
And I think that it's instructive to see how his mood shifts. It tells you if you want to.
Has to do with the fact that there was a freak accident, and here's something that a lot of people are going to have a hard time swallowing as well. It was already written in the will of Allah a long time ago that this was going to happen, right? As tragic as it is. And one of the things that we have to understand as Muslims and as people of faith of any particular religion, in particular the Abrahamic faith that confesses in the oneness of God, monotheism or tawhid as we call it in Arabic and in the Islamic terms of it, monotheism, you understand that this life is a test. And so Anthony Joshua has understood that. For a long time, Anthony Joshua felt like he could box for a longer period of time. Now, the problem with that is it's unsustainable, right? Because at a certain point, he had enough money to quit, but then you also got to take into effect now you're going back in there and now you're getting knocked around with Daniel Dubois. Yes, you did get knocked out by Andy Ruiz, and you came back and won, but then you continued and perpetuated even after the Pulev fight. Then you met Usyk, but then you beat everybody else not named Daniel Dubois, okay? So it seems like a pretty successful career. Now, the cherry on top really is the Jake Paul fight. Because once he got that Jake Paul fight, once Anthony Joshua got that Jake Paul fight, he should have understood that he was going to quit right there, right? This is not a guy that's on his level, but this is a guy that can pay him a lot of money. So he took the fight. And then this tragedy happened, which just happened to coincide with the event of his fight with Jake Paul, and then leading on to the demise of his friends. But what Anthony Joshua learned out of this was understanding that life is short, and all the accomplishments in boxing can be very addicting, and it pulls you back in every time, right? Now, I'm going to give you a very bold prediction about this, okay? And it's all predicated on if, let's say, Anthony Joshua is healthy, okay? Because I'm going to give you a little bit of some positive light to this. The positive light is the fact that Anthony Joshua is a competitive person, given the fact that, let's say, he has no injuries of any kind, and disregarding any of those injuries, if he has any, or hopefully he doesn't, he can easily come back because he's a competitive person. He just has to try to get over this right now. But should he? The answer is no. You've already accomplished everything that you wanted, unless, of course, you still have that competitive drive, which I think there is a part of him that still has that. AJ has been disciplined all throughout his career, and as a result of that, he has a high potential of going back. He has taken care of his body a whole lot better than Tyson Fury, and for these two guys to be around in the same age group, you could argue that Anthony Joshua has taken care of himself way better going into his 40s than, let's say, Tyson Fury. So as a result of that, this is what happens, right? I think that Anthony Joshua is going to have a hard time dealing with what he's dealing with right now. But at the same time, I also think that Anthony Joshua doesn't have anything else to prove, even if he's healthy to do it or not. Anthony Joshua has decided that he is going to quit boxing forever. And I know that sounds insane to say, but it feels that Anthony Joshua has understood a certain spiritual awakening after the demise of two of his friends that were involved in a car accident that was taking place in Nigeria. Now, unfortunately, there have been a lot of ridiculous conspiracy theories behind what happened to Anthony Joshua, in the likes of Bryce Mitchell, always trying to play a character, trying to live up to the idea that, hey, guys, I am the conspiracy theory guy, therefore I have something different and groundbreaking to say. Well, you know what? In the light of Anthony Joshua's retirement, one thing we have to understand is that when it comes to life, sometimes actions and reactions are just really a simple transaction in life. And what do I mean by that, right? It's a simple transaction in life, meaning that it's not as complicated as, well, this happened because he lost to a boxing match or won a boxing match that he should have won against Jake Paul. It has nothing to do with any of those things, right? It just has to do with the fact that there was a freak accident, and here's something that a lot of people are going to have a hard time swallowing as well. It was already written in the will of Allah a long time ago that this was going to happen, right? retiring. You want to know why? Because his friend died, two of his friends died in the trip of Nigeria, where Joshua was injured, left unscathed for whatever that means of his current health condition, but nonetheless alive. And then you had his buddies that got taken out. Yeah. Let me know. Can you hear me okay? Let me know. I feel really bad for Anthony Joshua. I do. Because no matter how you cut it, he's absolutely going to feel a sense of survival's guilt in this, right? And he cannot continue on boxing at all. He's made enough money in his career, and as a result of making enough money, Anthony Joshua doesn't need to fight for financial survival anymore, right? So what was he doing it for? After Klitschko, after the other fights that he had, after he had beaten Andy Ruiz and got his unified title back, what else was left? What else was there to prove? Well, there were obviously all these other fights that he could have taken, to which he never did. And as a result of that, he continued on trying to challenge himself multiple times against Alexander Usyk, multiple times against Andy Ruiz. Never once with Deontay Wilder, never once with Tyson Fury, which I believe are the quintessential important people of this generation's heavyweight boxing. I mean, really, they are an important factor, and here's why. Because Deontay Wilder was undefeated for a while, and then he ran across Tyson Fury. Anthony Joshua was undefeated for a while. He was set to fight Deontay Wilder at one point. Do you guys remember that Deontay Wilder was actually the first choice for Deontay Wilder and Anthony Joshua were the first choice? You guys understand that, right? Or did you guys forget? I think a lot of people forgot that at one point, the way that we wanted to make Anthony Joshua versus Tyson Fury, it was Anthony Joshua and Deontay Wilder. And that was only because Anthony Joshua rose through the ranks with the brilliant matchmaking of Eddie Hearn. And then some matchups that, and even in Eddie Hearn's career, seems like the type of guy that is putting a lot of his fighters in danger. I mean, you've heard a lot of people say this about Eddie Hearn at particular times of his career. Whenever a certain fighter loses, oh, you took Campbell all the way to Japan to fight Inoue. Of course he was going to get knocked out, right? You took Kell Brooks to fight Triple G. Of course he was going to get knocked out. Eddie Hearn was known to put Anthony Joshua in some very tough matchups. But either way, Anthony Joshua had one of the best careers in boxing, in my humble opinion. More on Anthony Joshua in the next coming videos and in the next coming streams, inshallah. They went away from I'm having a conversation over here. I ain't talking to you. Yeah, but I ain't talking to you. Ain't nobody said you can't talk up in here. Yeah, but you. All right, I'll keep it down. All right, how about that? Let's do that. All right, you cool? You cool? For publicly social media posts. Well, not totally, but yeah. Man, real seriously, you know what I mean? Like, send me some ones if you want me to crash out right now. Like, main needs if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA. Shout outs to Kyrie, Abu El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You can't be here. You was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. This nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You would never see it coming. So for those of y'all.
You know that guy that's always on my outros that says, I'm going to beat your ass? Well, guess what? He ended up beating up somebody at a studio. Go check this out.
I don't let go of Bosco until I decide I want to let go of Bosco. Period, point blank. Choke didn't come off until I decided to let go of the choke. Pay attention to it. I'm not let him go. Let go of my chain. My chain, I'm going to break it. Get his hands. Get his hands. Why are you playing? Let it go. Let go of my hands. Let his hands. You got his hands? You got his hands?
I was choking him right here.
Get his hands. I'll let him go. You got his hands?
Approaching the 24-minute mark. Perfect. All right, so MMA Guru went on the No Voice podcast, and I'm going to give you a little bit of a disclaimer. I didn't watch all of it, but I'm going to tell you the huge impact that this can send into the MMA industry. Number one, let's be honest about MMA Guru, right? I'm not here to tell you whether I like him or not because that's completely irrelevant to the fact that he is very much an influential force in the world of MMA right now. Here's an example of what I mean that he's an influential force, okay? Number one, MMA Guru has a huge fan base that is disgruntled, that is distrustful of the UFC, quite frankly, also very distrustful of Dana White. So then he goes on to a podcast with a group of guys that are basically Dana White disciples. That's the best way to really put it when it comes to the Nelk Boys. Okay, they were given $200,000 for their birthday by Dana White, and there's very few fighters that can get $200,000 from Dana White, let alone a birthday gift. But that's neither here or there, because understand that it is the UFC that allocates this salary and not necessarily Dana White out of his own pocket. So let's also try and understand that, right? Nonetheless, all of these things that you have against Dana White, or the matters that you are disgruntled about with the UFC, the matchmaking, for example, a lot of people not happy with the Israel Adesanya and the Joe Pfeiffer fight. By the way, I could go into a little bit of details later on why that fight is happening. But for now, understand that MMA Guru can literally change the shift of the entire narrative of the MMA world based on the fact that he is not affiliated with anybody. And as a result of that, he is a lot more trustworthy, believe it or not, than the likes of Michael Bisping, the likes of John Anik, the likes of Dominic Cruz, the likes of anybody that has a hand in the UFC's media team. And that also includes Laura Cinco. These are people that will never give you an honest answer when it comes to honest assessments about the MMA industry. As for MMA Guru, on the other hand, he is a little bit unique in that, but there's a little bit of some chinks in that armor, considering the fact that MMA Guru is friends with Tom Aspinall. And this is the reason why he makes jokes about John Jones. Obviously, the very highlighted and the very well documented John Jones' GAY video that he made, right? Which, by the way, made like I believe millions of views now. That should be up to the millions of views, if not close to it. But nonetheless, a very big video for MMA Guru, right? Because, well, let's just be honest about it. Is he ever going to give an honest assessment against John Jones? If John Jones ever decides to fight Tom Aspinall, the answer is no. Now, what about any other opponents against Tom Aspinall? Is he ever going to give him a fair shake? No, he's... All right, so at this point, I would say that MMA Guru has the attention of Dana White. Now, think about this. The Nelk Boys are affiliated with Dana White. They're going to see this. Aiden Ross, who he's done a live stream with, he's affiliated with Dana White. He's going to see all of this. Maybe not the whole entire portion of the content, but the snippets of it where there's this influential guy in England who's not even a fighter, not even a manager, not even anybody tied to the business other than doing reactions to UFC shows. And he has the influence of everybody when it comes to saying that I'm not doing my job correctly. And that's Dana White saying this himself regarding MMA Guru. That is, if he runs across these videos and these snippets, which most likely he will. And if you look at the Nelk Boys, they look so embarrassed by all of this, or shocked at the idea that, wow, Dana White's not doing a good job. Well, of course, they're casuals. We as hardcores, we see things that other people don't. So we critique things in a much different manner. But we'll see where this goes. He's choking him right here.
His hands. Let him go. You got his hands? Get off me, bro. 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 Get off me. Let go of my chain. I'm doing it. Let go of my chain. Get off me. Get up.
Obviously, I wasn't making a video, but that's why they got it on camera. But how did it end? That's what I was worried about. Don't get to pulling me yanking on my jewelry because you ain't got nothing. Don't get to tugging and snatching and all that kind of stuff because you ain't got nothing. Don't do that. You feel me? Now that I'm done telling this little stupid flu flame, this old Dougie story about how Bosco was my first official victim in these YouTube streets. First official one, but I'll spare him though. Little humiliation, you feel me? Make him beg for freedom real quick. Make him beg, let me go, bro. Get off me, bro. Get off me, bro. You can say whatever you want about this jiu-jitsu.
If you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California represent.
Go worry about your little.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You can't be here. You was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you, Flo. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see a fight
with King Phil,
so
bro.
For those y'all,
what you want. That was easy work. I did it with a smile on my face. Imagine if you really took the time to piss me off.
We in a very small space. And you've been in fights where the space gets small. Niggas laugh and joke, but that jiu-jitsu means something when you are in a closed space. You feel me?
Right.
It for sure means something. So when I had Bosco in that chokehold, it's no intention to hurt somebody to where they got to walk away with life-threatening injury. There's no intention to make somebody lose air to their brain to where they pass out. There's no intention for none of that. It's the intention to maintain control of the situation because Bosco is out of control in his moment. So we having an interview and you don't like what I said because your addictions are getting the betterment of you and you decide to take a punch. Well, now I got to neutralize the issue. So the first thing you hear in the first clip of the video is me saying, stop playing because you could lose your life out here. But that's a fact. When you playing these games and somebody got you choking or choking you the way I'm choking you, a less generous person will take advantage of your weakness. You feel? In a submissive position, and then when I let him go, nobody got his hands, but y'all trying to grab me. Why would I let him go?
Right.
That don't make no sense. Because on some nigga shit, we both know what happens after that. We know what happens in a fight when they only grab one person and the person's not losing and get their lick.
Right, right. But this is the thing too. When you put somebody in a chokehold, you definitely trying to take them out the game. When you squabbling, when you getting down with somebody and you put them hands on them, you putting them hands on them to let them know, nigga, you can't mess with. You know how you be talking when you whooping somebody with them hands. Yeah. But when when you put somebody in that chokehold, you trying to take them out the game. All that, I'm trying to control. The way you was on him, you was trying to take him out the game, nigga. Got all that.
Nah, man, not me, bro. Rick Rock, you just wait for that, bro.
This ain't
not for that, Rick Rock.
Listen, y'all wouldn't know just y'all was in the studio. That wasn't no ring. In the ring, yeah, but on the streets, and you get down with somebody, you put them in that chokehold, you trying to put them to sleep. I know I am.
Nah, man, not me, Rick Rock, not me, man. Jiu-jitsu is used for self-defense only to neutralize targets who are out of control, man. We don't use it for that.
But that wasn't self-defense. You seen your op, you supposed to whoop him, put hands on him real decent. You supposed to let him know the next time you see me, you gonna shake my hand. Next time you see me, he supposed to be walking around here with black lokes on, man. He supposed to have them shake.
Well, you know what? I should be seeing Bosco again because he does still have to fight. He got to fight King Pinto, and I'm still already paid to commentate.
Right, right.
MMA needs if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA. Shout outs to Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You can't be here. You was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all
on juice due to the fact that he had some serious injuries to which he really had to take anabolic steroids in order for him to get his leg back in order. If you guys remember from the Dustin Poirier fight, which, by the way, I mean, it looked so horrible the way that his leg bent back, right? It just looked really bad. On top of
Conor, right? Because I know you don't love the guy on a personal side, but they're talking about might not be any sponsors at the White House, might not be any crowd at the White House, and like, how are they going to be able to pay him what he wants without pay-per-view either?
Honestly, I don't think I don't think the UFC need Conor at the White House. Honestly, no, I don't think they do, because how are they going to monetize their money? You know what I'm saying? Or if like Dana does whatever, I'm not the matchmaker. Dana is going to do whatever he wants. He want to have the biggest card that I'm sure will be the biggest card. But I'm just telling you, he can put Islam Makhachev in there in the White House. He can put Justin Gaethje in there. He can put John Jones and Alex Pereira in there. You can put Kayla if she's healthy back there. You can have an amazing card.
Yeah.
You know, you can have put Ilya in there, but also you're gonna have to think about the rest of the year. What about all the other pay-per-view rest of the year, right?
Mm-hmm. Conor McGregor is not going to fight at the White House. In fact, I'm willing to say that he's not going to for multiple.
We have got to the point where literally anybody,
due to the fact that he had some serious injuries to which he really had to take anabolic steroids in order for him to get his leg back in order. If you guys remember from the Dustin Poirier fight, which, by the way, I mean, it looked so horrible the way that his leg bent back, right? It just looked really bad. On top of that, you got to understand Conor McGregor also takes a lot of recreational drugs. So as a result of that, passing a drug test, there's only so much the drug testing agency that the UFC has employed can do. There's only so much cover-up that they can do. So these are the two top reasons why he's not going to fight at the White House. Another reason you need to understand is that Conor McGregor is in a situation of his life right now where he is just way too comfortable. Now, I want to be very clear. This video is not definitive, even though the title or the thumbnail may have a little bit of some clickbaity type of attraction to it. I need you to understand there is still a chance that he can fight, because by the end of the day, he is highly motivated for a historical event like this. And who wouldn't be? When you're a fighter, this is literally some of the things that you dream of. Most guys that grew up, let's say, in England, boxing, or anywhere else in the world outside of the United States, their biggest dream is basically to fight in Las Vegas or Madison Square Garden, or nowadays with the rise of Carl Froch and Anthony Joshua and the trend that they started, $80,000 in Wembley Stadium, right? Those are the top three places in the world that you'd want to fight at. And not to mention the Middle East as well, with the money that they're putting up for combat sports. So this is the pinnacle of everything that you work for, the Super Bowl, the WrestleMania. Yes, he's going to be highly motivated. The problem is, what kind of Conor McGregor are you going to expect when you see him in there? You want to know what I think? This is the type of Conor McGregor I think you're going to expect. A guy who is a shell of himself, and not only that, was literally forcing himself to be there in a situation that he, quite frankly, doesn't deserve or is not capable of doing so. But by the end of the day,
if you are sleeping in a position like this, you
got to understand something, which brings me to the next segment of the UFC, right? It's no longer a meritocracy. It is no longer a meritocracy. The reason why is because they need to have entertainment. They need to have big names. Conor McGregor being put back in there is just nothing more than a cash cow for the UFC to bring him back and to say, hey, look, we got a product right here that you guys can look at and say, hey, check this out. Here's our little puppet right here being strung along, sort of like Joe Biden, right? At the end of Joe Biden's political career, he was a shell of himself. They literally just brought him back because he was an established name in Washington, D.C. And they're like, you know what? We need to have this guy around, until they just could no longer do anything to him anymore until they can no longer cover up. And this is literally Conor McGregor in a nutshell. He is the Joe Biden of the UFC. You understand? Conor McGregor is the Joe Biden of the UFC, and that is insane to say, but it is so true. Which is why I'm telling you that UFC is no longer a meritocracy. So the fact that the UFC is no longer a meritocracy, I need you to understand this. Their whole entire motivation is always going to be money. It's always going to be big fights, big names, and to hell with undefeated records and winning fights through wrestling. Forget all that. What they want is pure entertainment violence. That is something that Conor McGregor can bring because he still has the name, but we don't know if he has the violence in him. Paddy Pimblett, they want this guy to win. They need this guy to win. You want to know why they want this guy to win and they need this guy to win? Because he is the next cash cow of the UFC once Conor McGregor is no longer available and is completely expired from the game in terms of his ability to perform at the highest level. So they need Paddy Pimblett. They need a person like this to replace Conor McGregor, who, by the way, has a little bit of a Conor McGregor personality to him a little bit. He's Irish, at least has an Irish name, but he's not from Ireland. He lives in Liverpool, which is historically an Irish town full of Irish immigrants, migrated from Dublin all the way to Liverpool. And even Conor McGregor himself will tell you that his family has ties to that place. And on top of that, has even had ties to, let's say, having a little bit of some scandals in that part of the world, if you remember.
But we were just standing outside and you heard a big fucking smash of like glasses and that. And then he ran out with his bodyguards and was like, hey, get me out of here now. And he's like pulling at the car handle, trying to get the car open. And he just fucking spun off me. But I spoke to a lad who was in there. Been in the toilets for like 35 minutes in the women's one. So I reckon he's been fucking smashing someone in the women's.
The house. Scousers on the gully. American head is McGregor's, yeah.
I witnessed a
purple belt, black belts. Don't put him in a shitty MMA gym that's being opened up through drug money, that's being run by ex-drug dealers who still get a couple of grand cash every month from them organised crime groups. Do you understand what I'm saying? And let me just reiterate, not all gyms, not all boxing gyms are controlled by these rats. Not all MMA gyms are controlled by these rats, but they're very hard to find. If you want your child to go and learn a form of self-defense, go and put him in a judo club where there's a possibility of him going to the Olympics if he works hard at it. Put him in a...
Meanwhile, the Nama Yunez and Silva fight is going on. But yeah, so go to the Olympics and basically go broke, right?
Karate club where he's surrounded by working members of society who do that type of sport.
Yeah, basically around guys that don't know how to take a punch so that when you're in a street fight and you actually get hit, oh my God, you're like shocked. Well, what happened? You bloody idiot. Of course I want protection. I grasped everyone. No one's going to have me back. What am I supposed to do? Of course I want protection. Are you fucking insane, lad?
It's me. Now, before I got issued with these two things, the other one was cancelled out from early days because I'd gone to prison. I've got back out. I'm doing my thing. I'm delivering my message. All of a sudden, because my message is very powerful.
Mate, that bloody message is for them coppers. It's for them coppers, mate. You know, I must give them more intel. I got to grass everyone else. I didn't grass enough people. I only grassed 2. And that's it. 2 of me mates. I grassed them. But they asked me to grass 4 more people. Is panic mode for the UFC. And what exactly is that panic mode consisted of? firing people that are undefeated, that are not exciting, promoting people that need to be promoted because, well, okay, let's take, for example, Joe Pfeiffer, right? He's number 15, and he's taken on Israel Adesanya at number 6. Does anybody ever ask the question as to why this is going on? I think the answer is simple. They need American stars in the UFC, and Joe Pfeiffer is that person that can fill that void, right? He can fill that void if he beats Israel Adesanya. Because I'll tell you right now, one of the biggest things that people are complaining about in the UFC offices right now is that there isn't much American stars. And here's the thing, believe it or not, the UFC can survive without American stars because they don't need them. What they need is just people that are willing to put asses in seats, whether that's American, whether that's Dagestani, whether that's English, whether that's French, whether that's German. Anybody that can put asses in seats, they need them. That is why the UFC is no longer a meritocracy. Mark Haney says, why is everyone so mad at the UFC wanting American stars at the White House event? Because a lot of people don't understand that American stars are sort of dwindling down in the UFC, right? And so they still think that being an American gives you a certain type of privilege in the UFC. In fact, it doesn't. Think about this, right? The pay in the UFC is not good enough for you to have a quality of life in the United States, especially at an entry level, where you got guys making 10 to show, 10 to win, or sometimes even 20 to show and 20 to, it's not enough. It's not enough for these guys because that money goes away rather quickly. These guys, a lot of the Dagestanis, even the Brazilians, they have a low cost of living in the part of the world that they're from. And then on top of that, if you are with a team like Charles Oliveira or Khabib, rest assured you're going to have a team behind you where they're going to provide you with a dorm. They're going to provide you with some living accommodations. And then on top of that, maybe even some
cheaters hate this web
and food and every type of resources that you need as a fighter. Mark Haney says, to be fair, it's all privilege. It's not a right for any fighter to fight in the UFC. It is a privilege. That's a very good assessment there. He says Rams or Seahawks. Sorry, no, I don't follow much football, but let me know what team you wish to win. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that, Mark Haney. You know what? Here's another thing that a lot of people complain about, right? They complain about fighter pay. And you know what? What you said right there, Mark Haney, that is correct, right? To be fair, it's all a privilege. It's not a right for any fighter to fight in the UFC. It is a privilege. He says that wouldn't be a privilege. I wouldn't be mad if a Russian UFC wanted Russians at their event. That wouldn't be privilege then. Yeah. Well, the reason why they're trying to have stars, or why they're trying to bring in Americans to have a White House fight card is because they want to use that to catapult the next generation of American stars. Let's think about this, right? John Jones is gone. Dominic Cruz is gone. TJ Dillashaw. Who else? John Jones, that's the main American star, right? Brock Lesnar, Ronda Rousey. These are all American stars in the UFC. They are all gone. They need new ones. Gable Stevenson could come to mind. Who else? Peyton Talbot, you could argue, is in there. Sean O'Malley, you could say, has been a star for a long time, but at what extent is this superstar? Is he more of an internet celebrity rather than, let's say, a mainstream celebrity that you could, I don't know, parade around in a Golden Globe Awards the way that you did with Brian Ortega and Mackenzie Dern? But here's what I will say, right? The White House matchmaking that they got going on is sort of weird. It's sort of in this weird dilemma where, you know what? We want to have Americans versus the world. But then Daniel Cormier argued, what if the Americans get their asses kicked at the White House event? That would look really bad on our country, right? But at the same time, this is what I think, right? If you had a White House card where it was Islam Makhachev versus Ilya Topora, or maybe even Paddy Pimblett versus Ilia Topuria, which, by the way, are all non-Americans, I would argue and say, well, this is the UFC's gift to the world. Because by the end of the day, no matter how much international superstars the UFC has, the UFC is still an American sport, or at least an American heavily promoted sport. And as such, it is our gift to the world. That is how they should really approach the White House fight card. Mark Haney says, I just don't see a big deal wanting Americans for an American event at an American White House. I agree, which is why I say the UFC should be America's gift to the world. That's the theme. Who's saying it's a big deal? Victory says. Well, there are people out there. There's a vast number of people out there that are saying they would want to see an America versus the world type of card, or have feature more Americans. But I argue that if you had a Paddy Pimblett or an Ilia Topuria card, by the way, two non-Americans, all we're really saying is that, which is true, the UFC is America's gift to the world, no matter who's fighting in it. Yes, and then Mark Haney says everybody's trying to make it a political issue. Facts. Facts on facts on facts with that. Yes, people are making it a political issue. You are absolutely right about that. But by the end of the day, I need you to understand this also. The reason why people are making it into a political issue is because of the fact that it is a political issue, because Donald Trump created an event that said, this is my gift to you guys for rehabilitating my image. If you remember, Donald Trump was facing court cases and litigations put against him. Who put him back into the fold? It was us, the UFC audience, that tolerated him, that normalized him, and also, quite frankly, when it comes to the American MMA fan side of things, put him in office. All right, so we move into round number 3 of Kieta versus Wood. And here we are, 307, 306, 305, 304, 303, 302. All right, so we're back on live once again, set in motion. So, okay, here we go. Nathaniel Wood, round number 3 against Kieta, where we had left off. So the previous fight prior to this was Mario Pinto versus Felipe Franco, in which Mario Pinto had won. Now, obviously, in most heavyweight fights, you would expect guys to throw bombs and whatnot, right? But not much bombs are being thrown. Ooh, there's a bomb right there thrown by Kieta as we are in the 3rd round of Kieta versus Wood, right? Leaving where we had left off in the coverage. So had to play some of the old videos to, you know, sort of keep the stream going. But obviously, the other aspect of the news, the UFC fighters training the FBI. And that is the reason why you're seeing that AI footage right in front of you right now on the screen as I am covering the fights for you. So let's read some of these messages right here. He says, okay, oh, Humble Man MMA. Yo, Kyrie, I had changed my name. It's like, what's up, brother? This heavyweight fight is fire. Yeah, the Pinto versus Franco fight was absolutely fire. Until you realize that most heavyweight fights end, right? But then there's some fights that don't end, and this is sort of one of those examples. So Kieta, Connor Siller says, move similar to MVP, insanely fast. I agree. I agree. He does move a lot like MVP. They do. Oh, wow. There's an uppercut right there by Nathaniel Wood. Oh, good overhand right there. Just about 10 seconds left into this round right here. And that is the end of the fight right there. And coming up as soon as this decision is made, we got Mason Jones coming up next. All right, we await the decision right now. And the winner is, we don't know. All right, man. Yeah, this is going to be a really awesome fight right here. Sola's versus Mason Jones. And the reason for that is because you have an undefeated prospect with one draw And then here's a former Cage Warriors champion in Mason Jones. It's a very interesting matchup. Shout out to you, D-Man. And yes, I am here for the fight companion. This, I guess, is it right here. Had to step out for a little bit, but nonetheless, here we are. All right, Sola walking out. Yeah, very cerebral fighter, they say. Alex Sola. Yep, let's get our main card display on. Yep, this is the main card portion right now. Here we are, guys. Main card, the early main card, because I consider Mason Jones an early main card fight, not a prelims, but nonetheless, here we are. All right, here's Mason Jones walking out right now. All right, here we go, guys. Main card portion. The main card portion right here. The true main card. At 3 hours, 23 and 23 seconds into this live stream. Unbeaten, 11-0. Here comes Mason Jones right here. Only 2 losses. Yeah, this is a very high-level fight right here. But I guess they had to put him in this type of card placing so that they can get people excited in between. So they are now just done announcing Mason Jones. All right, round number 1. Here we go. Mason Jones. Round number 1, here we go. 450, 449 of the first round. Good jab as Mason Jones moves forward with a straight shot. Everybody in the comment section, let me know what you guys think about this fight right here. All right. Very good stance by Sola right here. Yeah, very high IQ fighters we have in front of us right now. All right, just really throwing caution to the wind right there. Yeah, both good kicks on these guys. Oh, good 1-2 shot right there by Mason Jones and Sola. Oh, 1-2 shot right there by Mason Jones. Good, lovely combination by Mason Jones. Oh, man, he threw a spinning back fist right there. Sola hit that right on Mason Jones. Mason Jones is getting pummeled in the corner right now as they're both clinching on each other with Sola in a dominant position. All right, Mason Jones made a mistake there, got taken down. Oh, he got caught in that straight shot right there. Oh, wow. Good knees right there. Oh, and he's pointing at him, Nate Diaz style. Mason Jones has been training in what do you call it in the United States in NorCal for so long now. Now Mason Jones is the one on the ground. All right, he's got him body locked. Okay. All right, that's the end. That's the end of round one. Very devastating round for Mason Jones. Even his corner is warning him that he lost that round. Wow, yeah, spinning elbow right there. There's a knee right there by Mason Jones. And remember, the next fight after this is Danny Silva versus Kurt Campbell. 8-0 Kurt Campbell. 10-2 Danny Silva. All right, round number 2, we're in. Oh, that was a good little bit of a tornado kick attempt right there by Mason Jones. Right. Yeah, Jones does like the combinations. Yeah, good frame by Sola. Now they're back, squared up. Yeah, very awkward style for Mason Jones, really. But he has to kind of fight with a higher sense of urgency, especially because in the first round, his corner told him, look, you lost that fight. Admittedly so. So he's going to be a little bit more a sense of urgency. A bit of some cut under the eye of Sola there. I wonder what had caused that cut. Maybe the knee from earlier. Oh, good head kick by Mason Jones. Oh, yeah, man. Really covered up in blood right now. So we have about 1, 13 left into the second round so far. Okay, less than a minute left into the second round. Oh, good spinning elbow by Mason Jones. Head kick attempt by Mason Jones. I feel like this is one of those sequences where these guys might finish each other, or one of them is going to get a finish out of this. And Mason Jones is not too far away, although I still even give this the second round to Sola as well, which is Mason Jones sort of showing out in the last minutes, seconds here. Humble Man MMA says, "You're a great dude, homie. Hope all is well with you, my man." Oh, man. Thank you, man. You know, really enjoying these fights right now. You know, just being able to even, you know, react to it right now, you know, just watching in the comfort of my home, of course, you know, which is why, you know, I kind of just wanted to do this with an audio. I just wanted to have this, you know, screen in front of me watching the fights while talking to you guys. But yeah, man, really having a great time right now. It's just me and my voice and the background and the fights in front of me, just enjoying it, you know, in my private quarters. You know, life couldn't be great. And talking to you guys at the same time, man, really, it can't get any better. And look at the cut on Sola right now, indicative of how awesome this fight is right now. Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. That is an insane head kick by Mason Jones. He is looking to get a finish right here. There's another spinning elbow right there by Sola. This fight has really developed into something really awesome. So I hope all is well with you as well, Humble Man MMA. Shout out to Humble Man MMA. Really awesome screen profile pick you got there. Awesome, man. That's awesome. Oh, just like this takedown is awesome. Only for Sola to get the better of it. Initiated by Mason Jones. Yes, and that is the Dagestani training right there. This guy actually went and trained at Dagestan. That is a dangerous Western base fighter that trains in Afghanistan. I'm sorry, Afghanistan, Dagestan. What am I saying? Afghanistan. One of the stands. All right, so round number 3, 337, 336, 335. And Mason Jones is mounting a much better offense right now, man. A sudden turn of events a little bit here. What do you guys think, chat? Huh? Sudden turn of events? What? Victory says you're going to have to compete with Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan, I don't understand the reference to that. Oh. Joe Rogan's not commentating, is he? Oh, that's right, competing with Joe Rogan in terms of a fight companion. Got ya. I got you there, lad. Yes, Joe Rogan. Yeah, that's awesome. He does have a fight companion going on. Maybe we can watch that as well. You know what I mean? While we can react to his live stream, you know, at the same time and just laugh at the stupid things that they say. Good man, yeah. Trump, yeah. Epstein. Conspiracy. Epstein's alive, man. Like all of that. It's the JRE show. All right, mate. All right. All right, mate. All right, mate. All right. Yeah, but you're right. Yeah, Joe Rogan is the one competing with the podcast world right now when it comes to reacting to these fights. But this is a very good fight between Sola and Jones right now, man. Mason Jones, man. You know, becoming a bit of a hybrid of like Ross Pearson meets what was Darren Till. Although Darren Till never afforded himself into these type of firefights. Oh wow. Blood and guts is what Mason Jones is trying to fight up out of this right now. Good combination. Oh man, his mouthpiece fell out. Oh, okay, he gave it back to him. They're back right at it. Sola shooting in right after that mouthpiece. Time break. Oh, look at this. He's got it. He was saying, yeah, that hit is legal. That hit is legal because he was on the floor. He kind of kicked him on the body. Oh, now Mason Jones gets some knees in there with 11 seconds left in the third round. Really looking to get a finish right here. Could be his last hurrah. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. He's just hitting him with knees. All right. And he actually survives it, man. You know what? Solo looked like he was about to be out with those knees. What an absolute blood and guts war by Solas and Mason Jones. Really super blood and guts. Yeah. Really dramatic ending for Jones and Solas. Now we're going to find out who the winner is. You know, we will soon find out who the winner is. Yes, man. Really blood and guts type of fight, man. Yeah, really a prelim classic, huh? But all right, we're going to find out the decision right now. The decision and the winner is, let's find out. So who is decision winner on this one? After 3 rounds. 30, 27, 28, 29, 28. By unanimous decision. And it's Mason Jones. Mason Jones with the upset. Yes, I think that's an upset. He was an undefeated guy. Okay. They expected him to come in here and take out the in Mason Jones, but Mason Jones out not outskilled him, but outwit him and out-toughed him. And that's what it was by the end of the day. He was able to do that. All right, next. On to the next fight. The next fight we got going on right now is Campbell versus Silva. All right, so Campbell versus Silva is the next fight right now. In the meantime, all right. Another one of the members only exclusive. All right. A little bit of a documentary from 3 months ago. Here we go. So that is a question we're going to ask right now as we wait for the next fight with Campbell versus Silva. Will Donald Trump end MMA in terms of making it look bad? I'm going to show you something that I talked about 3 months ago that sort of correlates to what's going on today. For a fact that how you got to do it. Trump will end MMA after the White House card. It will be the last event. He will end MMA. Wow. Okay, that is a very serious. That is a very serious statement right there. We're gonna have to clip that right there. Oh yeah, we got ourselves a clipped out portion right now. Okay. Trump will end MMA post White House. That is what we're going to title this. Trump will end MMA post White House. So why are we saying that? Well, the reason why you're saying that Trump will end MMA after the White House is because now MMA is going to be looked at as a completely different sport, right? For better or for worse. I think sometimes for the worse. Number one, you know for a fact that a lot of the Democrats are going to be using this as a political tool. Oh, look at what Trump did. He spent all of this money for the White House, and everybody is in a destitute situation in the United States. People are losing their jobs to AI. People are no longer going out, spending money, contributing to the economy because everyone is broke. Yet here's Trump, millions of dollars in taxpayers' money to have a fight at the South Lawn of the White House. Remember what Conor McGregor said about his fight at the White House, right? What did he say exactly? He said in exact words, I am not here to negotiate with the UFC. I am here to negotiate with the U.S. government. Can you imagine that? What fighter in the history of any fighting sport has ever said that? Other than, of course, Ali, when he said that he was going to, or Ali and Don King, when they were going to negotiate with the president of Zimbabwe, right, wherever that fight was at the Rumble in the Jungle with George Foreman. Okay? Like, think about that, right? You are negotiating with a government and not the UFC in and of itself. So what exactly does that mean? They're going to use that. The political opponents of Trump, they're going to use that as a political tool to diminish him. And I'm not saying this as somebody that is a fan of Trump, and I'm not saying this as somebody that hates Trump or that has Trump derangement syndrome, as they like to call it. Quite frankly, I think Trump derangement syndrome goes both ways, right? It goes to people that believe in him to the fullest extent, and then there are people that just will look at anything that he does, even positively, to a negative end to fulfill their political goals or their political alignment or their narrative or their party line that they like to toe. But yeah, man, when you say that Trump will end MMA after this card, you may say that as just tongue-in-cheek, as just banter, as just being funny. But I take that as something else very symbolic. I take that as something very poetic and something very ironic. Well, isn't it ironic? Don't you think? It's like rain on your wedding day. A free ride that you just can't take. And who is that? Who made that song? Alanis Morissette, man. Shout out to Alanis Morissette, man. What a lot of people don't know about Alanis Morissette. Alanis Morissette, Canadian singer. During the time, I believe she was hot during the time of Tupac. Like, she was on top of the charts during that time. Mid-90s or so, right? Yeah, man. But not to digress, it could very well be the last MMA event. And what I mean by that is the last MMA event to take place in a setting of mainstream. Because after the White House card, MMA is going to go back to the underground. Yep, you heard it right. MMA is going back to the underground. And that's the way that I see it. So, yeah, we'll stay for about a couple more minutes, and then we'll, yeah, man, we'll get this thing cracking because I got that video with Francis Ngannou that I want to drop just right before midnight. It says, what a great card. Yeah, man, it is. Look, these are cards. These are cards that a lot of people really sleep on, Hank. They really sleep on these cards, man. There have been a lot of cards that many people have slept on in the Apex. You know what, man? I wonder if they have a compilation of like the best Apex fight ever, right? It says caught title shot since he made a statement versus a guy who doesn't get finished like that. Yeah, correct. I agree. People give them hate too much for no reason. Yeah, because they're not true MMA fans. Look, the majority of people are not real MMA fans, okay? They're not true MMA fans. You see, what they are what they are just casuals, right? What they are looking for. Okay, so we're gonna have a great explanation. We're gonna have another segment for this, man. I'm just making segment after segment on this one right here, right? So I'm probably gonna drop a few videos during this week, just making some segments of this one right here. So, all right. Next segment we'll make. All right, so during the pandemic, every fight was taking place at the Apex Center, right? And now that we are spoiled with all of these fights on the road, everybody is now hating on these Apex cards for no reason, right? I agree. People give them hate for no reason. Says, I'm excited for Kevin Vallejos. He's got a bright future. Right, there you go. Kevin Vallejos, right, with his win tonight. Right, with his win tonight. Yeah, he's definitely got a bright future. Got a win over Giga Chikadze. That is what the Apex is for, right? It is to build these stars for tomorrow. It is a factory to build the stars of tomorrow. Everybody, and when I mean everybody, I'm talking about the casuals. What they are looking for is that Hollywood type of fight. And what do I mean by the Hollywood type of fight? The type of fight that everybody wants to see. Conor McGregor versus Khabib. UFC 229, October 2018. The most classic fight of all time. Yeah? That's what they want to see. That's a Hollywood fight. John Jones versus Daniel Cormier the first time around. That's a Hollywood fight. There was a lot of theatrics that came with it, pushing each other at the press conference, getting into a little shoving match. On top of that, how about Jorge Masvidal and Colby Covington? There you go, man. That right there is Hollywood magic. What is everybody talking about in the 170 division right now? They are talking about Ian Gary taking on Islam Makhachev. Is that a Hollywood fight? Yeah, it's a Hollywood fight. But what if they were to put Shavkat versus Islam Makhachev? Nope. It's not much of a Hollywood fight, really. Not at all. No. Not at all. How about if you were to put Paddy Pimblett versus Justin Gaethje? Not really. You know what is a Hollywood fight? Ilia Topuria versus Paddy Pimblett. You want to know why that's a Hollywood fight? Check this out. The reason why that's a Hollywood fight is because there is theatrics behind it. Paddy Pimblett said racially derogatory things towards Ilia Topuria, saying, and I quote, "Mate, I see why the Russians terrorize your people, man." And then he calls him Mr. Hand Sanitizer. Mr. Hand Sanitizer, mate. Mr. Hand Sanitizer. And then Ilia Topuria confronts him in London and gets into a fight with him. How do you do it, man? And now they're in a top spot. Ilia Topuria, double champion. Ilia Topuria, 145 champion, right? While Paddy was moving up the 155 division. And then out of nowhere, Ilia Topuria becomes the 155 champion, becoming a champion way before Paddy, while Paddy was just developing himself. But nonetheless, there's Hollywood theatrics behind that fight. It's worthy of a Hollywood fight, but everybody doesn't like the Apex fights because it is a building foundation. You see what I'm saying? You mentioned Kevin Vallejos tonight, right? Could he be a star? Absolutely. Absolutely. There's a great chance. Yeah, there is a great chance that that he becomes a superstar one day. Now, here's the thing. Why is it that the casuals don't care? You want to know why? They don't care because he's not a star right now. Well, we as hardcore fans, we're invested in seeing him become a star, right? Well, because we're hardcore fans. That's not how most people work. How most people work is, what is the hottest thing right now? I want the hottest thing right now. I want what is hot right now. I'm not there trying to build with anyone. I'm not there trying to, make. I'm not there trying to make some sort of time or some sort of effort into investing in this person. I want the now, okay? And that right there is the reason why most people are casuals. That is the reason why most people don't care about these Apex cards. Because what they want are the fights in big-time Vegas. Now the big-time fights in Riyadh season. Now the big-time fights in where they sing Neil Diamond's Sweet Caroline before the big fights happen. And then he says here, people want Alex Pereira's, Merab's, Ilya's. Yes, that's what it is. But guess what, man? Before Alex Pereira had to be that, Alex Pereira had to be that mechanic at the shop. Okay, Merab had to be that construction worker working in New Jersey. Ilya had to be that guy. I don't know what Ilya was prior to that, but he wasn't the Ilya Tapora we know today. He was just the Ilya Tapora that was a normal Real Madrid FC fan. Now he's sponsored by Real Madrid FC. But how did he get there? He had to get there first. He had to go through the Bryce Mitchells of the world. Alex Pereira had to go through the no-name guys of the world. Of course, they did that on purpose to try and build him up to fight Izzy. But even before that, even before he was in kickboxing, he was fighting a bunch of no-names. Supposedly, Andrew Tate was going to fight him, according to Andrew Tate. Supposedly. Right? But back then, I guarantee you, Andrew Tate wouldn't even say Alex Pereira's name at all. Nor would Alex Pereira even mention Andrew Tate's name. They were just nobodies at that time. I mean, they were somebodies in the realm of combat sports, in the realms of kickboxing, boxing, MMA, and so on and so forth. But that's the thing. Everybody wants the big fights right now. Damn about building with people like Marty, who had to corner his boy tonight, and people like the ones that I know that are like Marty around here in Sacramento and elsewhere around the world. These are the guys that are building the stars of tomorrow. At the same time, taking risks, because what if they become the stars of tomorrow? Then what becomes of them? What becomes of your time that you spent with this athlete? Like, was it all worth it in the end? And that is a question that you have to ask yourself when you try and pursue an endeavor in MMA that could mean absolutely nothing. And guess what? There's also the aspect of fighter pay that also delves into the moral dilemma that people have of why they are taking these insane risks, like Isaac Dolgarian, right? James Krause, those types of situations that led the FBI to check out the UFC this year in a way that they checked out the NBA with Chauncey Billups and Rozier and all these other guys that they caught, and among other sports that they are going after too as well, with some corruptions, pertaining to such subject. But yeah, man, that's really what it is, man. But tonight, man, the Apex cards were incredible. Unfortunately, a lot of people are not going to care for them, and that's the sad part about it. But by the end of the day, it is the hardcores that build this sport, whether it is through their viewership of the fights that nobody really sees, or whether it is their contribution to the specific athlete that is trying to make it in the higher ranks.
Make no mistake, like all things in life, understand this. Why people don't like the Apex cards, because people don't like to see building. They want to see the next. They want to see what is hot right now, because that's what they want to be a part of. They want to be a part of what is hot right now, and they ain't worried about trying to make themselves hot or trying to put themselves in a hot situation, or by the very least trying to put others in a good or hot situation. They don't care about that. They want the now. They want what is now, and they want what is good for them right now, and nothing more, nothing less. And everything that I just talked about right now, believe it or not, none of that had anything to do with the Apex cards, believe it or not. None of that had anything to do with the Apex cards.
All right, so it looks like Nathaniel Wood just got a finish right now. Wow. Campbell gets a finish. Let's see how he does it. Right on the jaw. Connects, and then he just stays right on him. He says, can you see the chats? Yeah, I can see the chats. Yup, facts, man. Look at this, man. 1-2 shot. And Campbell got finished. Yeah, Danny Silva gets a finish in this one, man. Yeah, he was able to knock out Campbell there. Wow. And Campbell was undefeated, too. You know, very unexpected. Very unexpected turn of events. But that is combat in a nutshell. All right, here we go. They're UFC Ignite. It's these meal prep ready food that they have going on right now. UFC Ignite. That is the name. Wow. I'm watching one of my commercials right now. Fuel your fight. Wow. All right. Yeah, I knew something like that would have been really revolutionary for them. You know what I mean? Yeah, the UFC having, you know, them sell their you know, their food in the PI center. I think that's a pretty genius idea. All right, let's hear what the referees, sorry, the judges' decision are right now. All right, so the winner by TKO. Yeah, great stoppage by Danny Silva here. He said that he predicted he was going to knock him out in the second. He said the Scousers don't get knocked out. All right, I kind of like that. After this win, okay, which is a second round stoppage, he wants to come back July. I think he should. Why not? I'd like to see a, fast turnaround like that. Very few times you see that in boxing where they do that. What is this? Michael Bisping getting inducted into the Hall of Fame? All right. Well done, mate, Michael Bisping, yeah? There he is, that sneaky little scouser. He said he didn't know he was going to get a video package. Yeah, man, I'll tell you what, man. Michael Bisping, one of the toughest during his. They said he was shutting down town when he was going for a run. All right, we got Christian Leroy, Duncan, and Dolize. Yeah, Michael Bisping has always been a cardio freak for sure. That is the reason why he did really awesome in his career. All right, this is going to be a fun matchup right here. Dolize versus Christian Duncan. Really fun matchup. All right, here we go. Christian Leroy Duncan versus Dolize. Can't wait for this one. This is going to be an exciting middleweight matchup right here. When it comes to spinning attacks, Christian Leroy Duncan is very deadly at it. Very deadly. And very unpredictable. Yeah, really dynamic. Creative and unpredictable. How time flies. He's already been in the UFC for 3 years now. I would say at this point, yeah, you could say he's very comfortable in the octagon now in ways that he can transfer his skills from what he did in the best of his Cage Warriors days and into the UFC cage. All right, Dolize is entering the cage right now. I gotcha. It's your Saturday. All right, here we go. Round one. Still in the introduction point. Okay, so round one is about to commence. All right, round one. Here we go. Christian Leroy Duncan with a very good bounce to him. Look at the way that he's just springing in and out here. Christian Leroy Duncan, man, you know, very good movement on his part. He tried to go for a low kick, and here comes Dolize taking him down from that ankle pick. So now Dolize has him down on the ground, looking to get some control time right here as he has both of his hands clasped into both of Christian Leroy Duncan's legs from a double leg position as he's maintaining him a top control position right now. Dolize still maintaining top control position here. Dolize already has his whole round in the bag. He's had all the control time. And there it is. He takes him down again with 2:05 left into the first round. A little bit of a trip up over here. Oh my goodness. Christian Leroy Duncan looking to finish Dolize right here. Off of one mistake. Spinning heel kick by Christian Leroy Duncan. Now Christian Leroy Duncan is dominating on the feet right here. Now he's up. Ooh, overhand right at the end of the round right there by Dolize. There's Marab. That's Marab handing him some instructions right there. Jordan fighters sticking together. All right, round number 2, Christian Leroy Duncan versus Dolize. High kick attempt by Dolize misses. Yeah, good switching stances. Christian Leroy Duncan caught him with something. Now kicking him from the very top. Nice hook kick right there by Christian Leroy Duncan. Now Dolize clinches up Duncan as what he does best, obviously, in the way that he knew how he was going to win this fight earlier. Dolize maintaining this body lock position. Now shooting in for a double leg. Leroy trying to clinch up against the cage. Oh, Christian Leroy Duncan looking for a finish here. 65 seconds left in the second round. Dolize's doing a very good job of just clinching up Christian Leroy Duncan, right? He's just really looking to seal the deal on this win right here. All right, end of the second round, going into the third and final round to determine the whole entire fight. The corner of Christian Leroy Duncan is telling him to pick your shots, hit him in the angle, flank him. And then there's Evloev right there getting his hands wrapped for the main event. All right, third and final round. We're going to determine a winner on this one. What, 4 minutes and 50 seconds of the upcoming live stream. We're going to find out who the winner is. High kick right there by Dolize. Yeah, Christian Leroy Duncan is making a bit of a comeback here. Spinning back kick by Christian Leroy Duncan. I think at this point of the fight, Dolize probably won this just based on the ground control time that he is putting on. I think that's also how the judges are going to see it. Yeah. Man, Dolize is maintaining this ground control time right now. Now he's looking to cinch in a rear naked choke. He's got a body lock on here now. Yeah, he won this. He won this fight. I don't think Leroy Duncan really has anything left from here. All right, and we're going to talk about Michael Bisping getting inducted into the Hall of Fame. Obviously, that right there is absolutely warranted. This guy is a complete badass. Look, he literally memorized the eye chart in order to pass his eye test just so he can fight. There's nobody in the world like Michael Bisping. So well deserved. The memorable fights that he had in 2016, which was one of the best time eras of his career. Very late into his career, by the way, but was really one of his best times in his career. Defeating Anderson Silva and avenging his loss against Luke Rockhold, and then following up with Dan Henderson, only to have his career finished in a very lackluster way. If it's kind of badass if you think about it. He took on GSP, who was the all-time great. And as a result of being the all-time great, all right, he got defeated gracefully. And then he decides he was going to say yes to a fight that fell out between Kelvin Gastelum and Anderson Silva in China, only for him to get knocked out. And ultimately, that's when his whole entire career ended, and rightfully so. He continued podcasting, and then after a while, the UFC gave him a gig. Hey, it's not the worst life to have. And here we are in the current moment of time right now, as of March 21st, 2026, at an O2 Arena, okay, not too far away from Wembley Stadium. He gets announced as the Hall of Fame inductee of 2026. And like I said, there's not going to be a lot of people that will fake their eye injury just so they can go and fight. And you know who I'm talking about, especially another fighter within the British Isles. But Michael Bisping, he was a completely different breed. It was a completely different man. And he absolutely deserved this. He fought with one eye. Nobody in history has ever done that. Of course, Duncan had just won by decision right here as we are talking about Michael Bisping being announced into the UFC Hall of Fame. Yeah, so in other subjects, obviously great on Jake Paul for competing with the UFC, right? You got the MVP MMA card in May, and then you have the UFC White House card on Donald Trump's birthday that just happened to be Flag Day. And they decided not to do it on July 4th because there's too many things going on July 4th in Washington, D.C., which would absolutely overwhelm the city's security. Not that Trump would care either way, but you know what I mean. Yup. But hey, man, just like with everything else, right? Everybody is replaceable in the UFC. Life goes on. The fights go on. Michael Bisping just got announced as the Hall of Fame right now. A fighter that, yes, will be remembered in history, but by the end of the day, here we are celebrating the win of Christian Leroy Duncan, who is the new addition to UFC's UK stable. And Michael Bisping was the first to ever do it in the British side, the first British UFC undisputed champion. And who came after that was Leon Edwards. There he is right there being presented. And speaking of boxing, there's Callum Walsh, the undefeated Zuffa boxing prospect. And that's what I mean. The fight game goes on with or without you. That's the name of the game. And that is something that we must always remember. But by the end of the day, it is nice once in a while that the legends get remembered and get recognized. Like and subscribe. All right, in the next 4 minutes, we're going to have EU versus Austen Lane. Not too long from now, in the next 4 minutes or so. Not a bad turnout. I mean, look, you know, it's a Saturday afternoon in the West Coast, and then you got Joe Rogan, you know, also reacting to this fight. So, you know, it is what it is. But still, you know, just doing it for the love of the game, you know. What is this? Are they recognizing Molly McCann as well? Yeah, what was the Molly McCann uh you know, like tribute for? Is she like going into the Hall of Fame as well? All right, so EU versus Austen Lane right now. All right, here we go, man. Austen Lane taking on EU Bororeski, I think is how you pronounce his name. Austen Lane walking out to the cage right now. Yeah, that fight he had with Evo was wild, man. I could picture this one will be as well, because, you know, he is so wild compared to, like, you know, also Austen Lane, you know, is pretty wild himself. All right, Austen Lane has now been announced. Here's Iwo Berensky. He kind of looks like Vitali in a way. Oh, and then after this, you got Michael Venom Page. You know, kind of has this like European Bellator, UFC, European MMA vibe to it. Explosive start from the both of them right now. Oh, wow. Oh! EO just finished Austen Lane. I told you guys this was going to be an explosive fight right here. Yeah, man. It was really close. That they could have gone either way. It would have definitely gone either way. Yeah, great finish on Gretzky. Yeah, he KOs Lane right there, man. Great KO on Lane. Oh, man, catches him right there. Man, he's knocking everybody out right now, man. You know, quite a hot streak he's in. All right, we are just awaiting the next fight coming up. What is the next fight now after that EU fight? Obviously, the Michael Venom Page fight. And then we're off to the races after that with the co-main event and the main event of the evening. One of the most exciting main events, and here it is, man. What do we got here? It looks like what we got here is Joe Pfeiffer and Israel Adesanya card in Seattle. Alexa Grasso and Macy Barber as well. Michael Chiesa versus Nico Price. Julian Arosa versus Laron Douglas. Mansour Abdul Malik versus Yusri Balguri. And then Terrence McKinney versus Kyle Nelson. Looks like we're going to head into the Michael Venom Page fight now against Sam Patterson. They said an all England affair right here with Michael Venom Page and Sam Patterson. Yeah, Sam Patterson looking to be the best in the UK, he said here. Yeah, let's see how many flying knees Michael Venom Page is throwing this one, man. Really dynamic fighting style of Michael Venom Page for sure. Man, how about this, man? Sam Patterson walking out two in the air tonight by Phil Collins. Oh, yeah, and that's right. These two guys have trained together. Yeah, only 3 fights left into this card. And here's the part where it goes, I could feel it in the air tonight. I could feel it coming in the air tonight. Right there, that's where it is. All right, let's see what Michael Venom Page walks out to. All right, Michael Venom Page is walking out to the cage right now. Man, everybody excited to see Michael Venom Page right now in his own hometown. Fighting out of London Shoot Fighters. Yeah, looking really pumped right now, man. Looking, you know, really relaxed, ready to go in there and compete. Now, keep in mind, these two guys have been training partners with each other, right? So it'll be really interesting to see how this dynamic is going to work out for them. That is what is intriguing about Michael Venom Page's style, right? You know, he knows how to, like, really style on you. All right, Michael Venom Page and Sam Alvey. I'm sorry, not Sam Alvey. Sam Patterson have been announced. So here we are. These guys are ready to fight. Round one. Here's MVP once again. with the stereotypical MVP stance that he has going on. Walking him down and everything. Michael Venom Page not looking phased at all. Standing right in front of Sam Patterson, and I think this is indicative of the fact that they train together. Yeah, really mobile effort on the part of Sam Patterson as well as Michael Venom Page. And of course, Michael Venom Page holding his hands down, really trying to bait you into this counter shot type of fighting counter style that he does. Sort of as a way to lure you in there. That's ultimately what he's looking to do, is lure you in there. All right, Michael Venom Page maintaining a good bounce right here. Yeah, MVP really showing his taekwondo skills right here and his point fighting karate experience that he's had, man. Civet there. That's why he looks so relaxed in fighting in this type of fighting style. Now, as I had predicted, this is exactly what Michael Venom Page was going to do. This is exactly how he was going to fight, and I think a lot of people might have found it boring. At the same time, Sam Patterson also doesn't want to overcommit, because if he was to overcommit, he would get caught in a counter shot that he would regret instantly later on. See, right now, that's exactly what Michael Venom Page is doing. He's trying to set it all up right now, trying to line him up for the perfect shot, waiting for him to make a mistake, waiting for him to drop his hands, and waiting for him to be in a bad angle, or just waiting for him to, open his guard up. That is ultimately what a counter fighter does, and that's what Michael Venom Page is, but he is sort of moving forward on him right here for a moment, brief of time. Now, last 10 seconds of the first round. I would give the first round to Michael Venom Page. There's a spinning heel kick right there, attempt at the end of the first round. I would give this round to Michael Venom. Yeah, no doubt. I'll give it to MVP. All right, round number 2 coming up. Michael Venom Page and Sam Patterson continue their fight. The main event is a co-main event. Co-main event of the featherweights, man. So it's like the co-main event of the featherweights and the main event of the featherweights. To a lot of conventional strikers, you're going to look at Michael Venom Page right now and wonder, how is it that he's able to put his hands down like this and fight so comfortably? Well, look, if you're a counter fighter, and especially if you have a certain level of speed about you, and also you have a great understanding of head movement, I think you could get away with this. But you also notice Sam Patterson is very reluctant to touch that chin when it's literally like right there in the open. And even Diego Lima, with that one loss that Michael Venom Page had in Bellator, you know, he got caught, man, with his hands down doing that. So it was an obvious flaw in his game that only Douglas Lima was able to, you know, sort of touch on at that point. I don't really know that many people that have knocked out Michael Venom Page after that. All right, Patterson doing a very good job of closing in on Michael Venom Page. Yeah, Michael Venom Page still maintaining this karate stance right here. There's a leg kick right there by Sam Patterson. What it seems is that Michael Venom Page is just trying to win comfortably the way that he best knows how, right? And that is the reason why, I mean, look, he doesn't have finishes in the UFC, right? For the same reason why Movsar Evloev doesn't have a lot of finishes in the UFC. You're kind of seeing it firsthand right now. Yeah, doing a lot of feints and fakes right there by Michael Venom Page. Yeah, the same thing. Once again, I told you there's a concept in MMA called rinse and repeat, right? MVP is doing exactly that. And Sam Patterson either looks traumatized from what happened to them at the gym before or just knows too much about Michael Venom Page and his counter shot ability. All right, so once again, these two guys are fighting exactly like they know each other and they've trained with each other before. You got about 2 minutes left into the third round right now. High kick attempt right there by Sam Patterson. Yeah, like I told you guys, a rinse and repeat type of performance by Michael Venom Page. He knows how to stay out of range from Sam Patterson. Sam Patterson recognizes these ranges. They've trained with each other before. These two guys feel like they're back at London Shoot Fighters gym right now, sparring on the mat. There's a high kick right there by Sam Patterson. Wow, nice double leg kick right there by MVP. Yeah, really masterful footwork by Michael Venom Page. All right, 17 seconds left. All right, I think this is a fight where Michael Venom Page won this one unanimously. Now, look, there were a few scrambling exchanges here that Sam tried to do, even MVP himself, but ultimately this was a stand-up defensive masterpiece of MVP, and on top of that, it was the same rinse and repeat cycle that he's always done. All right, so there it is, man. A 3-fight win streak for MVP. What does he do here? Maybe he gets out of the UFC and fights out his contract and maybe gets into MVP. How about that? MVP promotions with MVP. Hey, shout outs to Victory, man. We are drawing into the co-main event of the evening right now. We got the co-main event of the evening right now, and we got Marty joining us right now, man. Shout out to everybody around the world. Both of the co-main events are featherweight, so that's a really good showcase for the featherweight division. By the way, a division that they really need to build up. I mean, they need to build up a lot of divisions anyway, but good to see the featherweight in this type of showcase highlight. Are you guys able to watch this fight? Or I don't know. You know what? This is not a fight that a lot of American casuals are really tuning into. But you would imagine, this is absolutely for the UK hardcores and just for the international hardcores, period. He says, I am an animal. I am a stone cold killer. And Scousers don't get knocked out.
Urine leakage. 10 of men maximum guards are designed for men. Slips discreetly into my underwear.
Yes, that's correct. Let's go.
Hey, see you later, pal. Good luck to you. Have a good life.
Khabib is angry at the UFC, and with good reason. The reason why he's angry with the UFC is they're letting go of undefeated people. We've talked about the people that the UFC has released over the past couple of months. Obviously, Muhammad Mokaev was one of them, but that was more of a behavioral issue. Rinat Fakhretdinov, we can't understand why. Okay, maybe his fights may have been boring in the past, but what about his recent one where he got a TKO win, right? Wasn't that impressive enough? Well, unfortunately, that wasn't enough for the UFC, and that is why they had to let him go as a result of it. So now Khabib said something to the effect of, all these people in the UFC want guys that drink, guys that smoke, guys that talk a whole bunch of smack. It's not looking like a sport. It's not looking like a professional sport at that, right? So that's the unfortunate thing about this. Now, the problem with Khabib saying this is that there's an aspect that Khabib is not understanding, okay? Because I have to be very fair and objective about this. There's an aspect of business. There's an aspect of ROI returns that the UFC has to make as a result of their UFC Paramount deal. So it's not as easy as to just say, okay, well, you're letting go of the best fighters in the world, or you're discriminating Muslim fighters, or this, that, and the other. I don't think that's necessarily the case, right? Well, here's the thing. Obviously, Michael Venom Page is Muslim, right? He's a very exciting fighter, but he's not a Dagestani. He's not a wrestler. So it's not so much of a Muslim problem or anything like that. It's more of a wrestler's problem, or a lack of exciting fights or exciting fighters type of problem. That's really what is happening here. Now, I got to tell you, I can understand why Khabib is upset, but I can also understand how this is going to discourage him later down the road in not wanting to coach anymore. At least, well, you know what? He did make a promise and said that he was going to stop fighting, so he did. He said that as soon as Omar, Islam, Usman Nurmagomedov, and all these other guys that are in his camp, right? The specific guys that he's trained with and has grown up with in the camp of Abdul Manap. He said that he's going to retire from coaching altogether the minute that they all retire from fighting. And I think this is going to expedite the process. What I will say is that, yes, it's not fair in the sense of competitive architecture, but at the same time, you got to understand the UFC is not the NFL, even though it tries to become one. It's not the NBA, even though it tries to become one. It is more like the WWE because they are owned by the WWE. And as a result of that, this is what you get. A sport that is not necessarily a sport, but a sport that is entertainment, a sport that needs to put asses in seats. And quite frankly, you can't do an NFL, NBA, Premier League style of sport with fighting and expect it to be popular if you don't sensationalize it. And this is where the WWE comes in. This is why they have to make the decisions that they have to make. And unfortunately, I could understand Khabib's point of view. If you're a hardcore fan, you could understand and appreciate Khabib's point of view. But other than that, that is the reality of this situation. And I'm sure that Rinat Fakhretdinov will be signed at some point. So that's nothing to worry about. That's indicative of what you saw out of Muhammad Mokaev. Obviously, Muhammad Mokaev has been signed back to the UFC, or at least in the process of doing so, just right after he got released because of some behavioral issues. And this was right after he beat Manel Kape. And then here's Manel Kape now potentially fighting for a world title. But on any regard, listen, that is all that I really have for this one. I had to explain to you the business side of MMA, but I also had to explain to you Khabib's point of view. Now, is this anything to do with Muslim discrimination? No, but it just so happens that a lot of Muslim fighters, especially from the Dagestani Caucasus Mountains, love to use wrestling, and as a result, they are deemed boring. Unlike Sharaputin, unlike MVP, who's also a Muslim fighter, but wrestling, for whatever reason, is not popular to the casual audience. But there is a platform for wrestlers to go to. I don't know how big or how sustainable that is. I've seen a couple of wrestlers compete in RAF, right? Real American Wrestling Freestyle, right? Colby Covington is going to compete against Luke Rockhold. You had Bilal Muhammad compete there. But that's another platform for another type of fighting skill set. But on any regard, this is the reason why the UFC has to make the decisions that they make. Paramount deal, $7.7 billion in the next 7 years. This is the reason why. It has nothing to do with discrimination, but at the same time, it just so happens that these fighters come from a place that adore wrestling or use wrestling to win fights. And unfortunately, that doesn't put asses in seats. All right. That is all that I have for this one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you in the next one, inshallah.
MMA needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie, Abu El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all,
All right, here we go, guys. We are right now a little over halfway into the first round between Aswell and Riley right now, man. Really good fight between the Scouser and Aswell right now. Looks like they got BKFC going on tonight. Yeah, we're climbing right now. We're almost getting there to the main event of the evening. Oh, good one right there. Good shots by Luke Riley. Oh, good right hand by Riley. Oh, good exchanges right there. They work in the body as Riley right there. All right, and that is the end of the round. Yeah, very tough score. Good fight. You can hear their Scouser accent right now. He's trying to pressure you, lad. You've got to go for a jab in the head, a jab to the body. You've got to stay in the center. You got to stay in the center, lad. All right, guys, here we go. Round number 2. Here we go. Oh. Oh, good 1-2 shot right there by Aswell. Oh, I'm sorry, by Riley. So it'll be really interesting to see where this matchup goes, considering he's never been stopped as a professional. He's never been stopped as a professional, lad. Oh, he just knocked down Riley on that one. Wow. Serious knockdown. That's a serious knockdown, lad. You got to be careful. You got to be careful. You know, us Scousers don't get knocked out. So really serious knockdown. He's got a body lock on you. He's got a body lock on you, Riley. You got to get them body locks off you. You got to break them hands off. It's exactly what he did. 319. 319, 314, 313. I wasn't about to do those numbers through those accents. All right. Really slick boxing by Riley here. Oh, stabbing jab to the body right there by Riley. Not much snap to that. Oh, good one. Okay, nice hook right there by Riley. Yeah, good combinations by Riley right there. Oh, good ones. Good connection between them. Riley now walking him down. Good hook right there by Riley. Man, round 2 is about to end, heading into round 3 on this one. Oh, good 1-2 shot. Oh, wow. All right, that's the end of the round right there. Heading into the final round. All right, man, we're heading into round number 3. He says, yeah, let's go, man. You're in London. All right. Round number 3. As well, throwing some hooks right there, trying to go for some bombs. Both of them throwing bombs at each other right now. 429, 427, 426 of the third round. As well, body lock right on Riley, pushing him right up against the fence. Looking to maintain that body lock. Looking to take him down, trip him down from this position, or just maintain his frame right on him. Throwing some short shots, body shots, now shooting in for a single leg. 4 minutes left, 3:58, 3:57. Looking for a hook trip right there. Yeah, very heavy approach by Aswell here. 3:15, 3:14. $306, 303. Oh, good hook right there. All right, so yeah, a very heavy boxing approach right here as we approach almost halfway, ending the third round right now. Final round between these two, Aswell versus Riley. 223, 222, 221, 220. The strikes between them in this round right now, 11 for Riley, 4 for Aswell. Last round, 30 versus 39. The other one was 24 versus 30 in the first round. 2 minutes left into the third round. Ooh, nice body shot by Riley. Good hook. Oh, throwing some wild hooks right here with 135, 133, 132 of the third round. As Aswell was throwing a bomb at him, he now clinches him up, pushes him up against the fence with just about 1 minute and 12 seconds left between Aswell and Riley. They break away with 60 seconds left into this fight altogether. Front kick by Riley. All right, hand left sneaks in by Riley. 45 seconds left into this fight. Riley walking down Aswell circling around the black line of the octagon near the cage. Perhaps maybe Riley is looking to box him in. Aswell still circling around. Circling away from him as Riley's walking down with that body. Ooh, there is an attempt of a spinning back fist. 10, 9, 1-2 shot by Aswell. 1-2 shot by Riley as well as he walks him down. And that is the end of the fight. All right, so now we find out the winner of this fight and the decision. Within the co-main event, we're going to find out who the winner is between these two. It obviously went to the scorecards. Decision winner is... Let's find out. All right, we will get the official decision right now. As they advertise Adesanya versus Pfeiffer next week in Seattle. Back to the West Coast. Back to the West Coast the UFC goes. All right, 30-27, the winner is. Still undefeated. Luke Riley. All right, so let's hear what Luke Riley had to say. Yeah, Michael Bisping is asking, hey, back and forth fight, anything surprised you? He said, no, nothing surprised me. It was a tough war he was. Absolute tough war. Michael Bisping. I give it about a 5 out of 10 or something. So you should absolutely be proud of yourself. I got caught too many times, mate. You know, that's why Scousers don't get knocked out. Yeah, fight you can definitely learn from. I agree with Michael Bisping on that. A still undefeated co-main event. Yeah, something to smile about, right? You know, you can't You can always complain about your you know, performances that doesn't always live up to your expectations. Sometimes you just gotta, you know, be happy with what you had going on. All right, there it is, man. Luke Riley. All right, there's Patty right there. There's the rest of his Liverpool team, obviously. You know, Liverpool team, you got Patty. All right, guys. So we are heading right into the main event of the evening as we head into 6 hours and 20 minutes into the live stream. We got the main event slot right now in this portion of the live stream. I can't wait. Undefeated versus undefeated. What gets better than that? All right, so UFC 327 is their advertising right now. That is on April 11th. All right. All right, man. Crazy announcement for April 11th. All right. All right, yeah. So just now awaiting the main event of the evening. Just one fight left in the business. They're doing the Sweet Caroline thing. Only in UFC Fight Pass you will see this. You're not going to see this in your Paramount feed, that's for sure. Wow. Okay. Well, okay, kind of jumps around a little bit, but obviously, as you guys know, this is a feature-length documentary that premiered globally on Netflix a couple of days ago. Okay, it was on March 11th, 2026, directed by Adrian Choa. Okay, this was a 91-minute film. By the way, I watched just about, I would say, 40 minutes of it. Okay, so I want you to understand the context that I watched about 40 minutes of this particular documentary. So I need you to understand where I'm at with this, right? So if you're ahead of me, or if you've seen the whole entire documentary, then just understand the context of where I'm coming from and what I'm about to talk about, right? Cole Old says, "May the wisdom of Allah find you well today, brother." Thank you, man. Thank you. That is such a positive message coming from you, Cole Olds, right? I really appreciate that. Edwards says 25 burpees, double time, champ. There you go, man. You know what I'm saying? I could do more than 25 burpees. That's for damn sure. If you're late to the party, you should check out the live stream workout sessions I got going on in here. They are extreme intense to the max. And that is everything that I can guarantee about this channel as far as my content goes and everything else that comes with that. So, obviously, 91-minute film follows the acclaimed documentarian as Louise Theroux, right, as he investigates the Manosphere, okay? A digital network of ultra-masculine influencers whose views on gender power, traditional roles are what many people see as increasingly radicalizing young men, right? So for whatever that means, right? So Theroux travels to Miami, New York, Marbella to gain unrestricted access to some of the most prominent polarizing figures in this movement. Okay, some of the people that he follows, HS, also known as Harrison Sullivan. By the way, I've never heard of this guy up until this documentary, but very fascinating stuff nonetheless, right? A British influencer known for his inflammatory social media presence. And as you know, my fellow Muslim brother, Myron Gaines, Amaru Fadel, the host of the Fresh and Fit podcast, known for promoting what he calls one-way monogamy and controversial views on the red pill aspects of things, right? Nico, also known as, what's his real name? Nicholas Ken D. Balinzahi, an American streamer who has faced bans across multiple platforms for his extreme content. Then you got Justin Waller, okay, a friend of Andrew Tate, a Miami-based associate of Andrew Tate who provides noxious advice about domesticity for whatever that means and whatever it is that he interprets. So note on Andrew Tate, while a central figure of the movement, Tate declined to participate in this particular documentary, right? Mocking Theroux's relevance by comparing their Google Trends data, right? That's kind of how he saw it. Good morning, boss. Aaron says, good morning to you, my man. One like is crazy. Well, there you go, too. The thing is, look, here's something you got to understand, right? Most people, I think Terrence Crawford said it best, right? He said, you're going to get 100 views before you get 100 likes. That's just the way that it is. Most people don't want to see other people do good. Now, if you are keen on wanting to see me do good and for the good of, let's say, seeing a content creator that's going to bring a much more dynamic content, something different, something something that varies in difference in comparison to what everybody else is putting out there, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, because I'm here to offer you some of the wildest content in terms of intelligence, in terms of hot takes, and not only that, real life conversations that a lot of people are not willing to talk about, right? I'm very objective, right? I have a background in communication, media, and journalism, which means that I'm going to give you objective takes on this particular matter. He says, you have great footwork. Aaron says, thank you, my man. And obviously, Aaron is referring to some of the live workout videos that I have done on this channel, right? I guess in that way, I could consider myself also a fitness influencer in some kind of way, right? Maybe I can, fit into that category as well. But by the end of the day, I am an MMA streamer. MMA is my first and number one love. That is the pure basis of this channel, right, is MMA. But I also delve into politics. I also delve into culture. I also delve into religion. And by the way, speaking of religion, a beautiful Eid Mubarak to all the Muslims out there, because obviously, as you know, it is going to be Eid tomorrow, right? Wished it was today, but obviously that's not how it goes when we have to find the moon sightings. But nonetheless, a beautiful time for Muslims and a beautiful time for everybody out there who is also experiencing this with us, right? And also a great live stream that we have going on right now. So we're going to have a lot to talk about with this particular subject matter in reaction to this documentary. So some core themes and investigations, right? The documentary explores how these influencers monetize what you would call the masculinity crisis by marketing easy answers for young, often lonely males. Okay, let's be honest about this, right? Because some of the things that they talk about are very much obvious. And what do I mean by obvious? All right, LeRon Murphy is walking out to Ambitions as a rider right now, man. Yeah, man, one of the most exciting walks in MMA, in my opinion. You know, really exciting walkout. Look, I'm usually against people who are non-Cali people walking out to Tupac songs, but I am totally okay with LeRon Murphy walking out on this one. He absolutely deserves to walk out to a Cali song, especially a Tupac song at that. Man, shout out to Juice Man. Man, hasn't fought in 400 some odd days, and it last win was against Aljamain Sterling. That's crazy. One of the most dangerous guys in the featherweight division right here. Even though he doesn't have a single UFC finish. Oh, wow. Yeah, he said Mike Brown just said that Evloev is learning spinning attacks. This guy has not eaten sugar in 2 years, he said. He said he's not going to eat it until he wins a championship. Imagine the dedication on that kid, Evloev. (19-0) versus 17 and 0-1 draw. LeRon Murphy taking on Evloev. 34 versus 32. 5'7" versus 5'9". 146, 145. 172.5, 173.5, virtually identical. Here we go. Mark McGoddard or Mark Goddard? Yup. I'm getting goosebumps for this fight right here. Ronda Miracle. And as expected, Evloev getting booed out of the London crowd. All right, they faced off right now. Round one is about to commence soon. Here we go, man. All right, round one. Here we go. Main event of the evening. Right, LaRon Murphy circling right around Evloev. And what do you know? These guys have trained together in the past before. A bit of a shocking revelation. High kick right there by Evloev misses. Overhand right by Evloev right there, looking to finish Murphy right here. What was that? Oh, Murphy with a high kick right there misses. There's a slick shot right there by Murphy. A bit of a high kick right there. As he throws that high kick, he sort of slips and falls to the ground. They're right back up now. Oh, nice teep kick by Evloev, and then really rocks back Murphy with that teep kick body shot right there. High kick attempt by Murphy, only for Evloev to catch it in his forearms. Was looking to get some damage in that head kick. Nice high kick right there by Leroy Murphy. A high kick by Evloev himself. Leg kick attempt by Evloev. All right, already 3 minutes into this round one already. I think so far Evloev has had the better exchanges of him and Leroy Murphy. Okay, high kick by Evloev. Evloev just walking Murphy down right now. Really forcing Murphy to back up behind the black line near the fence of the cage. See, and then he opens up with some shots right there. There's overhand right by Evloev as he's continuously walking down Murphy right now. Murphy doesn't understand how much in a vulnerable position he's putting himself. Like, for example, that body kick that just connected right there. Okay, now he's backing him up, having a different motion towards the cage cut-off control right now. All right, really exciting round one right there. I'm going to have to give that round one to Evloev. Round number two. Here we go. All right, bruv. Round number two. Leroy Murphy taking off Evloev. Live from London, the UK, bruv, yeah? From London, yeah? Some London boys. You know, these is my London boys, yeah? Them London boys. Even though Murphy is a Manchester, he's a Manchester lad. He's not from London. He's not from London, innit? He's from Manchester. With a Manchester, bruv. He's Manchester like Bugsy Malone. Yeah. Like Bugsy Malone. Yeah. With them with the X. With them with the X. I grew up with some maniacs. I said, with them with the X. With them with the X. Yo, Bugsy Malone. Yeah. I said, we don't play, yay, yay, yay. We don't play, yay, yay, yay. Yeah, very focused game plan by Evloev, just as I had suspected this was going to turn out. He said, with them with the X, with them with the X. I grew up with some maniacs, Bugsy Malone. Same hood as LeRon Murphy. With some Manchester boys. Not like no London boys, yeah? With some Manchester lads. Nothing like London, innit? Yeah, man, LeRon Murphy, man. Both of them, as I told you, a very methodical fight. All right, so that's the end of the round. That's the end of the round. Murphy's got to do something different, lad. All right, we're already in round number 3 with Bugsy Malone in the corner with Laurent Murphy. Hey, Laurent Murphy, you got to hit the stepping, lad. You missed with that kick. Oh, no. Bugsy Malone in the corner of Laurent Murphy. Looking out for my Manchester lad, isn't it? Oh, here's Evloev taking him down right here already. Now he's got Laurent Murphy down. As we suspected, this definitely would have happened. Listen, guys, this is the highest level of mixed martial arts right now. Oh, exchanging in between the pockets right now. So that's 322, 320, 319, 318. Oh, looking for a bit of a timeout. Looking for a bit of a timeout, lad. What happened? Laurent Murphy got kicked in the balls. Oh, no. Bugsy Malone reporting in the corner of Laurent Murphy. World-renowned rapper. Top tier when it comes to this British rap. All right, there's a front kick right there by Laurent Murphy. Oh, nice spinning heel kick right there by Laurent Murphy. Evloev caught that right away. Bum 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 bum. All right, 225, 224, 223 of the third round right now as Evloev is walking him down. Good front kick by Laurent Murphy right here. We are about 1 minute and 40 seconds. 1 minute and 35 seconds going into the championship rounds. Championship rounds coming up soon into the 4th and 5th round next. Is it okay to say that this is a boring fight? Or would you be considered a casual saying that? I mean, let's be real, right? The technical efficiency between them, because they're two high-level guys going at each other, is really proficient, right? But honestly, it's boring. Let's be real about that. All right. 8-9 seconds left. Looking like Evloev was about to finish Murphy at the end of that third round right now, going into the fourth. All right, so right into the championship rounds right now. Round number 4. Evloev with a nice body kick right there. Seems to be a low blow kick right here by Evloev, and LeRon Murphy is still down on the ground complaining. Let's see if LeRon Murphy takes the full 5 minutes here. Looks like he's stalling a little bit here. He's not edging to, well, yeah, he's not edging to go back anytime soon, is he? You know, he really wants to kind of take his time here. Wow. So now 1 point has been taken from Evloev. I can't believe it, man. 1 point taken. That's really going to change the course of the fight here. Now fighting with a higher sense of urgency after knowing that he got that point taken away from him. .345 left into the fourth round right now. I wonder how much that point is really going to matter, but we'll see. All right. Briefly, he got rocked by that punch right there, Evloev on LeRon Murphy. Oh, man. Swinging away right there. Front kick by LaRon Murphy as we enter the 7th hour into this live stream. And as we enter the 7th hour into this live stream, there goes a takedown by Evloev, maintaining top control position. All right, now maintaining the back of LaRon Murphy right now. All right, maintaining this body lock position by Evloev right here. Oh, there's a kick and a miss by LaRon Murphy, only for Evloev to maintain top control position as a result of that. Now ground and pounding away at Murphy. Oh, look at these shots right here. Now maintaining the body lock control. Yeah, real insane exchanges there. As I told you guys, I predicted this was going to go to a decision, the way the trajectory of this fight is going. And that is the end of the 4th round, going into the 5th and final round. The corner of LaRon Murphy is urging him that it's 2-2 right now. He needs to really step it up. And Evloev's corner is telling him the same thing. We got to win this, he said. All right. So here we go. 450, 449 of the 2nd round. All right, just about over a minute left Over a minute down on this fifth round right here. 4 minutes left into the fight. In the middle of the round, all of a sudden now Evloev takes him down. LaRon Murphy's trying to get up from his hip position right here, but here's Evloev. The referee's wrestling position now takes his back. It's not good from here. He's going to maintain body top control position right here. All right. So shout out to everybody around the world that is tapped into this one right now. Yes, results incoming. So obviously the results are that Evloev came out victor. Even though there was that one portion of the fight where he lost the point because of excessive low blows. Even with that, he was still able to win, even with a point. Even with a point taken away. Now, look, the wrestling is ultimately what won him this fight. 4 out of 5 takedowns. I mean, the volume. On top of the fact that he said, hey, you know what? I am a better striker than Laron Murphy, and he proved it. What did I tell you guys leading up to this fight? What did I say exactly of how I was going to see this fight go? It was either going to go into a split decision or a decision that's going to lean towards Movsar. But the most Laron Murphy was ever going to get out of this fight was a draw. Because there's a reason why he has a draw in his record. Ultimately, he was the better fighter. He was the better striker. And just like with this fight right here, Luke Rockhold and as well, it all depended on who was the better striker. What do all 3 of these fights in the main card had in common? Right? Because we can also take a look at Michael Venom Page. As I told you, the fight was going to go exactly as how it was going to go. Michael Venom Page was going to fight very methodically, on top of the fact that these 2 guys have trained with each other before. And look at this. Michael Venom Page didn't even throw as much. He didn't even empty as much rounds out of the chamber the way that Sam Patterson did. He was accurate the whole entire time. He knew where he was supposed to be. He knew the foot placement that he needed to be. He needed to be in and out, darting in and out, as he always does. And Sam Patterson couldn't figure it out. He even had his hands down plenty of times to give Sam Patterson an opportunity. Of course, that was nothing more than just a way to sucker punch them into a counter shot. But that's why Sam Patterson knew better. So he wasn't going to take that chance. But that's what we kind of notice here with the pattern of all these 3 fights. Right? You're dealing with guys that are, I don't want to say decision machines, but when you have to fight at the highest level, this is what you have to do. Sometimes you have to wrestle them. Sometimes you have to fight them in range. And then sometimes you got to go in there and brawl with them a little bit. And all 3 of these fights exhibited everything that I had just mentioned right now in the ladder. So that was very classy of Laron Murphy to say that, hey, Movsar, he definitely needs to get the title shot next. How can you deny him? The only thing is, just like the theme of this whole entire 3 decision, 3 fight, he doesn't have a finish. He doesn't have a highlight to show really anything. And that is a problem in the modern Paramount era. Or maybe they'll just bypass that anyway. Maybe fans can understand, you know what? He's facing some of the toughest 145ers in the world. Maybe this is just what it is. Maybe this is what future MMA is going to be as the levels get harder and harder. And as people start figuring each other out and making less mistakes. I tell you what, in the main event, even though Movsar lost a couple of points there, he would have still gotten that. He would have still gotten that, like, dominantly, even in the scorecards. Michael Venom Page did what he needed to do, and that was that. All right, so let's move on to the rest of the cards, shall we? So obviously there was a knockout by EU against Austen Lane, just 28 seconds into the first round. Austen Lane didn't even get started, didn't even throw a single punch. Look at this. Not a single punch. This EU guy, you better know how to pronounce his last name, because I can't even pronounce his last name, but people better learn how to pronounce his last name as time goes on. Speaking of decisions in this fight, Christian Leroy Duncan fought Roman Dolize in that kind of matter. 3 out of 4 takedowns. Not even the takedowns were enough for him to take this win. Not even. Not even. They went with the striking, and the striking is what won this fight for Christian Leroy Duncan. Roman Dolize did a very good job keeping him down, but Christian Leroy Duncan was just too accurate, and that's what judges favored that night. So, Chris Campbell versus Dan Silva. Second round knockout. Second round knockout. It was a straight right that got him. Curtis Campbell went down, boom, that was it. Mason Jones versus Alex Sola. Man, this fight got bloody. I'll tell you what, this was a fight that Mason was supposed to win. Okay? He was supposed to win this fight. I'm sorry, not Mason, the other guy. Was supposed to win this fight. He was the undefeated guy. But you know what? There's a reason why Mason had championship experience. Look, he was messing up Mason. Nathaniel Wood got a decision over Lucene Kieta. Mario Pinto got a decision. Mantas got a decision over Antonio Trucoli. Asked him to do the Max Holloway man dance. Brando got a first round knockout over Sutherland. Yeah, those were some good punches. And then obviously Selwady got a decision over Shem Rock. And then first fight of the night, Chanel Dyer gets a TKO over Ravina Oliveira. You know what? I thought Oliveira was going to win this one, honestly. But the hometown London fighter got a head kick knockout. Boom. And she was out. The one fight that was canceled here was Melissa Dixon versus Carolina Luna. What was up with that fight? Obviously, this is the final fight that we're going to cover here. So there is no reported public event, legal case, or competition specifically titled that has been canceled as of March based on recent records that appear apparently in unrelated context. Okay, wait. Oh, wait. Okay. I didn't ask this correctly. Now, if you put UFC London, let's see how this falls out right here. Okay, based on the available, okay, UFC London event indicates that fight was scheduled. Okay, the specific fight between Dixon versus Carolina. Wait, what is this? Okay, I'm not asking it correctly. Okay, Melissa Mullins was canceled after Carolina missed weight by 8 pounds. Carolina weighed in at 144 for the 136-pound bantamweight fight. Okay, so it was a bantamweight fight. Okay. Simple as that. That's the reason why they canceled it.
But I do have an announcement to make about our opening contest between Luana Carolina and Melissa Mullins. Due to regulatory reasons, that fight has been cancelled. As I say, I'll keep you updated with our next fighter who we are waiting for. Our next and final fighter. Thank you.
All right, guys. So that concludes the results of UFC London tonight. Thank you for everybody around the world that has tapped in. I really appreciate it. And I appreciate everybody that always pulls up, no matter how big or small this show is. I really had fun. It was great covering this. I'm glad that I got this in the books. Obviously, probably not one of my best events, right? But hey, you know, you have your personal best. Other people have their own personal best. It's all subjective by the end of the day in any regard. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you guys in the next one, inshallah. MMA needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie, El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all